Well, hello, everybody. How you doing today? Are you having a good time? Are you having a fun time? Because we are going to have a good fun time today. A good fun time today. Oh, the reverb. Oh, the reverb. Sorry about that. I set a controller on the audio thing, and I didn't know it turned on the reverb. I got all sorts of effects. They're pretty neat. Like, let's see,
How about this one? Does this one make me sound dynamic? What if I did the whole stream like this, Can you even understand me, or is this too, a bit too wonky, you might say? Demon Leg! The Clash at Demon Head! What if I did the, Gosh, you Kakarot! You Saiyans are always causing trouble!
that's what we call Demon Frieza. It sounds like you're doing an anonymous interview. He is possessed. Delicious coffee. That's how Hecahands actually sound. Let's see what... Oh yeah, before we get going, today's weather. We did Hold Me by Steam Powered Giraffe. Not exactly like hands, but you know, you're holding things. It's getting close. Then we did Sweet Caroline, the Diagnostics bootleg remix, also known as Sweet Caroline dubstep version. Because that's the funniest version of Sweet Caroline. And we picked that one right before the chorus. There's always like hands, touching hands, holding hands, reaching out, touching you, Sweet Caroline, womp womp womp. Good times never seem so. Boom 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 boom. And then we did The Hand That Feeds by 9 Inch Nails, which is just a good song. I played that with my band in college. It's a good one. You sound a bit like Great Ape Vegeta. How's the weather today? Hot. I thought Hecahands were the sound of one hand clapping. You can hear that, right? I think that was a Simpsons bit. There's like it's like an old philosophical saying. It's like, what is the sound of one hand clapping? It's like, that. Whoa, 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 sweet hand of mine. Let's see. The 2026, oh, we're no longer starting soon, we're now starting now. Oh, hey. There we go. Oh, it doesn't say who actually did it, it's just saying how they rank it. Don't care, didn't ask. Yeah, I saw MBT playing this. Maybe I should do it to get the one pack. They put 3 Skull Invitation on your field, on both players' field. So if you don't know, Skull Invitation is if a card goes to the graveyard, you take, if a card of yours goes to the graveyard, you take 300 damage. By putting 3 copies on both players' fields, it's every time a card goes to the graveyard, you take 900 damage. And so it became one of those things where it's like, well, the best strategy is to play a deck that is like Dark Room of Nightmare, and a card that makes your opponent mill 5. Because they mill 5, and then they take 900 times 5, and then they take 300 for every 900 they took, and it's just dead. You take 1800 damage? Oh, okay. I watched your Mimighoul series the other day, and I love your humor. Well, thank you. It is all that. I mean, that's one of the weirdest things about YouTube, and I guess just being like an entertainer in general, right? Is like, to me, it's like the Mimighoul episode. What, that came out like a year ago? But for some people, it's like that's the first thing they've ever seen of me, and they're like, "Ah, hot and fresh after seeing that thing you made." It reminds. It's kind of like the old musical artist, the rock and roller or whatever, and then like some 16-year-old is like, "I just heard your second album for the first time today and I'm so excited." And he's like, "That was 20 years ago." You weren't even born yet when that album came out. It's very strange how, I guess, writing, and to another extent the internet, which is like digital writing, has the ability to allow communication throughout time. Kaijus and board breakers, nice. Qualifier survey. Do I get anything for it? I guess I can put Band Maxi. Nah, I didn't play the rest of it. I don't feel as though it would be honest to do something I literally had like no interaction with. There's new accessories. We got an Archfiend Emperor, which will be good if Archfiends win next time. And there's 2 Archfiend sleeves? I see. Wake Cup! Yeah, we'll probably do that if we play an Aircraft. Don't miss a chance to win a large quantity of gems. Triple Tactics Talent is now underway. I see. And the Yu-Gi-Oh! Chronicles is live, the Witchcrafter episode. I just discovered Share. Day 2, I just started. Oh yeah, this is the one where you just pick like 3 random cards, right? So I pick Engraver of the Mark. I pick Tragodia. I pick... Oh, it's only monsters? What's my 3rd favorite monster? Probably Crystron Citri. I guess we'll find out tomorrow if something happened. Let's go gambling! Yeah, Citri is probably the only... Crystrons in general are one of the few archetypes that I actually like enjoy the art of. I really don't care much for the aesthetics of how the cards look. And Citri's like the closest thing to a cute card I like. If you don't remember, I wonder if I still have this, or maybe you just weren't even a fan. I used to have a show called What a Deck. And What a Deck was basically like Ladder Climb, except I made a new deck every week, so they weren't very good. And instead of playing them for a whole month, I would just go on the YGO Pro ladder and play like 10 duels to see how it does in a best of 10. And because on YGO Pro, you can add custom sleeves or whatever, I had a whole thing about like, I would make my own art for the sleeves. And then, like, every month... What the heck is this? Okay. What a Deck mentioned, yeah. And I played Crystron several times. Here's an example of, like, some Crystron sleeves I made that I thought looked really cool. Here's, what are they called? Machinas. I thought that turned out really well. I mean, some of this is just like Photoshop filters, but a lot of the coloring and the shading and the lighting and stuff was things I did all myself. Like, I mostly just worked with like existing card art, but I would edit it. My Ghost Trick sleeves. This was in the early years of the channel. This was a big reason to join the Patreon, was that I gave you these files, so if you wanted to use them for yourself. Or the only sponsor I ever took was a company that prints out custom sleeves. Like, you can send in any image and they'll make it. And I was like, yeah, people are constantly asking me, how can I get your sleeves in real life? And I had no way. So when someone sent a message and they're like, hey, we make custom sleeves, I was like, that's something that I know people could use. There's still a link, I think, in most of my YouTube channels. I still have an affiliate code. It's like yourplaymat.com. I just don't mention them very often because I don't have the custom sleeves anymore. Real quick, I wonder if I still have... I was looking for... There was 1 year, near the end of it, I started to get more into trying to do digital art. I, like, got a tablet. And so I did make some cool sleeves. Where are they at, though? Where did I fucking put them, is the question. I had a thing on my desktop that has some, but it only has, like, basically my greatest hits. The ones I thought were the most interesting. Yeah, I also made... Whenever you negated, there was, like, a little symbol that came up, and you could replace that in the files, too. Let's see. Nope, it's not in that one. Is it in my old external hard drive? We're going exploring here. I should probably focus on the thing, but... You know, that's why people show up, for the yapping at the beginning. Stupid USB drives. They exist in the 4th dimension, chat. Yeah, it's, what was it? For the Machina, this was the negation. Whenever something got negated, this would pop up. Because I was like, they're machines. So it's like a computer. I'm a computer. I'm a computery guy. Do I not have anything installed on this? Is this just an empty one? Yeah, saying USBs exist in the 4th dimension because you try to plug them in and it doesn't work. So you turn them around and you try to, like, oh, I must have it the wrong way. You try to plug it in and it doesn't work. So then you turn it back around the way it was originally and now they plug in. And that's because they actually have 4 sides, but you can only perceive them in 3 dimensions. So you have to rotate it 360 degrees in order for it to work properly. At least that's what it feels like sometimes. Let's see. Yu-Gi-Oh! What a Deck. Videos and thumbnails. Huh. Did I delete all of the things I made? I didn't think I did. I thought those were all stored somewhere. But it's not on this hard drive. And it's not in the regular folder. Something something quantum entanglement, yeah. Lost forever! Oh wait, is this it? I have the Photoshop files. Patreon exclusive. Oh yeah, I used to make a custom one for the Patreon. The patrons got to vote on something. USB-D will just be a circle. That would make it a lot easier. Would the upload still be on Patreon? Probably. But searching through that would be harder than searching through my computer. Because my computer is like, I have it much more organized than I think a lot of YouTubers or just people in general do. At least for the most part, everything's in like folders within folders that are all clearly labeled and organized. Is this it? What a deck files. Okay. Found it. I've still got all of them. Oh yeah. My cool magic-y ones that are inspired by Kingdom Hearts. Those were neat. I had the Fallen of Albaz ones back when they were still mostly a Despia deck. When like Branded Fusion was new. But the one I was looking for specifically, the whole reason we brought this up, Citri, I was like, yeah, there was the ones that I drew for Christmas. I played Crystronmus, because they were my favorite deck, even though they were bad. And I had my new tablet, and so I made this. I drew this image of Santa Citri delivering a pot of greed. It's so adorable. Not the greatest art, you know, the background leaves a lot to be desired. But I got some skills, you know, you could tell what that is. You've been a very good boy this year, so you get 2 cards. What else? This was the other one that I drew. Fright Fur. Where it was making fun of the poster for Child's Play. The Chucky franchise. You should get a better deck for Jankmas in July. Yeah, what was it? We've decided we're not doing like Jankmas as an official thing. It's just whenever I happen to get a bad deck, then it's a Jankmas deck. Yeah, and then after that, I kind of knew that What a Deck was on its way out, so I just kind of made... Man, just taking a hop down memory lane. Sky Striker sleeves. These are pretty good. I feel like these could be almost like official Yu-Gi-Oh! Sleeves. I mean, no one summons Kaina anymore, and there's no Rose, but this was like, I think, before Rose. I still like the OG Crystron. You okay? Yeah? Do I not sound okay? And the, what are they called? Prank Kids. They never got much new support, although that's probably for the best. Did you not make a Striker What a Deck when they weren't TCG? No, I played them after they were meta. The stream title through... Oh, it's because we're playing Hecahands, and they're not doing very good, so I need a hand. You get it? Do you get it? Do I have any other ones worth mentioning? I guess these Madolche ones are pretty cool. Dark Magician looking nice. For every one that I'm showing, there's like a dozen that I'm not. These cubic ones have like a pretty cool like vibe to them. They're all mysterious. Generator. It's simple, but it gets the job done. Neat design. Well, thanks, Freddy. Yeah, I think that's about all the good ones. Yeah, without opening up. The rest of them are all in zip folders because I needed the space at the time. Anyway, enough about memory lane. By the way, if you did want any of those for to like make actual sleeves or whatever, just send me a message on like Discord after the stream. Or send me a message on Blue Sky, or ping me on Blue Sky. Blue Sky is my social, it's the only social media I have. Unless you count YouTube, but I can't send pictures on YouTube. The 60 card Ojama. I already closed the thing. But yeah, that one I remember being really goofy. It was like weird. But we should get talking about official business. If you don't know, the vote for next month's ladder climb is live. The votes are going on now. And if you're like, vote, I didn't know the patrons chose your deck. Fake fan. Didn't watch the intro of any ladder climb. I guess on some of the newer ones I don't mention, but I feel like it's like for the first 20 episodes, it's like my patrons are forcing me to play this deck, so I'm playing this deck. It gets voted on by the patrons. Specifically on the Patreon Discord, if you're a $10 or higher, you get to... It's a 3-part process. First, they suggest a deck. Then they have a few days to argue about why their deck is best. And then we do the vote. And the vote is approval voting. You get to vote for any and all decks that you like. So you don't have to be like, ooh, I like this one slightly more. Nah, if you would be happy with it, put it on your list. Anything that you enjoy. And because a lot of people do not read because they're Yu-Gi-Oh players, you know, it's the stereotype that's kind of true. I wanted to take a few moments on stream to briefly read over these arguments. I say this every time, and every time people don't do anything about it. But you know, because not only do you want your fellow patrons to read, but you want me to be able to read it in a timely manner. Concise, short. Your argument should either be like 2 paragraphs at most, or it should be like bullet points that you don't have to understand the deck. You know, telling me, this is a good card, this is a good card. That doesn't help. Tell me like, they have a lot of removal. They can do a play where like you steal your opponent's extra deck. They've got a bunch of 1-card combos. You don't need to explain what the combos are. You just gotta sell it. Any advice for what deck I should make next? Whatever your heart desires. RB is pretty fun though. I like RB. But yeah, so we're gonna read these on camera so everyone can hear them. And then we're gonna begin with the episode. And the way the voting works is you have a grace period where even though you voted, you can still change your vote until I go by and count it and lock it in. Once it's locked in, it's locked in. And I've decided that I'm not going to lock it in until later tonight after the stream. So if you hear the arguments today and you already voted, you can go back and be like, okay, I don't want this, I do want this. You can change things around, and we'll do the official count afterwards. Are you still down about an aircraft? I don't think I was ever down about an aircraft. I always thought an aircraft looked interesting, and then I made the Let's Learn, and I was like, oh, this is pretty powerful. Okay, which window capture is it? I can never remember. I really should name them, but OBS is weird because it doesn't let you, like... It changes the names of all of the similar things. I think it's this one. It's not that one. I guess it is that one. I just have to change the size around. Actually, let me see if I can do this. Can I rename it? No, I don't want to delete it. No, it won't let me name it. As far as I can see. Oh, rename. Discord. Did it change all? It didn't. Okay. They must have updated it, or maybe I did something different. This is the Discord capture. Without getting all the channels and stuff. Okay. So, real quick, the options for this month's deck are Dragon Maids, Naturia, which they misspelled as Naturians, but we won't put it past them. Valmonica, Archmage, Sky Striker, Lunalight, Tachyon, Exo Sister, Yummy, Rockers, Rockets, I assume, Rescue Ace, Gate Guardian, Aneacraft, Archfiend, Live Twin, Elf Note, Voiceless Voice, Dogmatica, Dinomorphia, Dual Avatar, Drag Unity. Lots of D names today. And then here's the arguments. So first of all, I will say what I have always said about Gate Guardian, which is that it is a big Unga Bunga with a thrice negate. I think decks that make a big guy that hits very hard are fun to watch, and you can pair it with other fusion-focused decks. Possibly. No Archmages? I said Archmage. Pretty sure. Archfiend's got a suite of cards that are all about searching themselves to put 2 rituals in the extra deck and then slap them into the extra monster zone for either banishing Raigeki or Harpy's Feather Duster that then banishes all the spell traps from your opponent's graveyard on the same chain link. And then they got way too many things, but there's a TLDR, so I'll read that. Archfiend rituals can ritual summoned off of a quick play to dodge effects or removal. Does that dodge removal? I guess it gets rid of the ones on the field. Searchers can grab all sorts of wacky stuff. I assume fiends, so like Fiendsmith again. Possible Red Dragon Archfiend run back. Yeah, I guess they do have fiends. Archfiend Emperor can summon any fiend from the hand, deck, graveyard, or banishment. Fiendishly fun OTK deck. Yeah, also probably a, if I had to imagine Jankmas. I mean, I'd try it out and look at list first, but from what I've seen of the new Archfiend stuff, more of a Jankmas style deck. I just want to see Joe play Rescue Ace, honestly. Yeah, I mean, I could get a Firefighter's hat. That would be neat, right? You want to see me with a Firefighter's hat? I can make fire hose puns. I will once again be petitioning for Archmage, as is my right as the most passionate Archmage player in the Discord. Finmel's an incredible piece of interaction, being a repeatable droplet on legs. Again, you don't have to name them, because I don't know what Finmel is. Just be like, they have a droplet on legs. They have a card that gives insane grind game. The only archetype lock is the field spell, which does not lock the extra deck, leaving a bunch of options. The deck can work really well with K9, which is probably the strongest engine in Master Duel right now. Yeah, because I don't think you could call any of the other decks like an engine. Dragon Maid might be an engine. That's got some hits. I can dress up as Bob Ross and do an impression. Yeah, I think I'm moving away from the props. People really seem to like the RBs. So I think if I did Art Mage at the end of every episode, I would do like a little painting. Like a little like MS Paint mouse painting. Like we'd actually do art instead of just dressing up like Bob Ross. Joe thinks they're neat. I do think they're neat. Unfortunately, they rapidly got power crept. It's crazy. Maybe if they get new support soon. Non-Finito is insane support that gives the card a 1-starter in Vandalism. Dinomorphia is a deck that needs to make a return. Joe played it on What a Deck, and since it has gotten more powerful cards and pseudo support, there are potential builds with Labyrinth and various tech pieces, plus there can be a counter for how many times Joe gets to 1 life point. See this? This is... I'm not necessarily sure I agree with the arguments, but this is how you make the arguments. It's like 5 sentences. And they're all just like, here's a reason, here's a reason, here's a reason. Please no Dinomorphia. Yeah, unfortunately, it's... Dinomorphia, for better or worse, is just like stun with a different coat of paint. It's stun with slightly more skill. Like, you do actually have to do something. You are limited in what you can play, and there are a few other tech builds, but at the end of the day, it's just like, make Rexstrom. Make Skill Drain on legs. Which, I mean, could be fun if you really dislike the meta. It would be another, like, it'd be another Jankmas thing, because I don't think it can hold up against the meta. It's like, go first and hope they don't have Ash. Or die. But we could do something where, like, okay, we're playing on the lower ranks, which means we don't play Rexstrom to start, and we add him in around, like, Platinum. I think Dogmatica would be a pretty interesting deck to play and watch in the current meta, especially given the variety of builds you can play and the plausibility of it with other non-extra deck types like Regenesis. It's not great in this day and age, but it does actually have a few turn 0 plays that cause interesting disruptions. Also Ritual Monster Sweep. Also Fallen in the Virtuous does more than just destroy a card in this deck. True! So, synergy with Fallen in the Virtuous. It does have some new stuff like Fleur-de-Lis the Thunderbolt. Fleur-de-Lis is like a turn 0 kind of play. And the problem is Branded is good. Anytime Branded is good, Dogmatica isn't. Because one of their biggest moves is they can make you send half of your extra deck to the graveyard. Against Cool Tune and Draco Tail, like, that pretty much just shuts down their entire win condition. But against Branded, they're like, Send 7 cards to my graveyard, you say. What is it, my birthday? I'm just gonna send 2 Albions and a Brigand and this and that and just go plus 12 in your end step. Yeah, if you'd go Albazoa. Dogmatica. Yeah, I mean, we could add other stuff. This would be, if this won, I would try different builds with it. I'd see what I could do. Why Lunalight? Pretty cards. Anime deck. They have a new Towers available, and it's pretty good at synergizing with cards like Nibiru, because it says only Lunalight effects can touch it. Hardleg can wear some theater masks, or do some acting. Dancing? Big number go burr. This is probably the last month that the deck can be viable. Please, I have 1 more month. Anything's viable now. As long as you're willing to play it in Jankmas. Liger Dancer is... Yeah, a lot of these people have been trying to get the same deck for a while now, so they just copy and paste. This is brand new. Aneacraft is the oddball of the meta. However, it is not bad. It's an insanely consistent deck with multiple win cons. Do you enjoy the Trap Monster series, like the Argo Stars? Let me introduce you to Monster Traps. They're basically all traps that put themselves face down in the monster zone, except they're all still big, chunky monsters. Ever see a Pendulum deck with only 0 scales? What's that one called? There's like the one that works on spell counters, but not the other one. The like ritual beast or whatever. Spiritual, I forget. Vote an aircraft and begin the carousel of madness, watching the opponents ride until they fall, and they will fall. Old school cards make a comeback. One of my mine is Dark Eradicator Warlock. Always possible. It feels like a villain's deck in the anime. Yeah, Mystical Beast, that's what I'm thinking of. I believe it was a wise Marge Simpson who first said, "I just think they're neat." And while it's been thought she was referring to potatoes, scholars now think she was actually talking about Ceravis, Dragon Sage of the Voiceless Voice. I don't trust those scholars. If that doesn't sell you on it, I think it's the perfect sort of archetype for this series. It was never the strongest deck on release, but surprisingly versatile. Good grind game that can easily OTK through boards with limited interaction. It can be played pure with another core like Dogmatica or Regenesis. It can play under Fua. It can play under Perulia and the Bug while setting up many interactions. I don't know what you could do as a skit or a prop. The thing I was thinking, because I looked into what an aircraft was based off of, it's like an old personality test. Or not a personality test, it's kind of like the Myers-Briggs, where it's like everyone falls into one of these 9 groups. And then each one has like it's basically the Zodiac for like the modern age. Like Myers-Briggs, it's just kind of like pseudoscience. It's just like, it's not predictive, it's not consistent, it doesn't have very much useful application. But I could do a thing where it's like after every so many, I'd have to see how many, like 6 streams divided by 9. But I could imagine just doing like a dramatic reading where I would be like, point out one of the pieces on the map and like explain the parts of it. Just like, now you're going to learn about the Enneagram while we play Enneacraft. What shape are you? Are you a square? You need a high IQ to understand Enneacraft lore. I second the Dinomorphia deck. As for why I went Naturia this month, it should be obvious. In honor of Simo's plant-based masochist run. I don't think it's a very strong deck, and that's not the point. I do think you could make anything based off Beargram, Shelled Emperor of the Forest Crown, something. That is less of an archetype. Yeah, I mean, we could do stuff with Naturia. It'd be another one where, like, I'd have to see what kind of a modern build there is, because I'm sure there are some, like, Naturia 1 tricks who are making interesting things. Maybe they combined with, like, Yummy in a way that I'm unsure of. But it might be a Jankmas deck. Naturia Beast Turbo. So it's Ladder Climb and a Lecture. Myers-Briggs kinds of works. The thing about, again, like Myers-Briggs is it's a pseudoscience. Like it's not based on like any empirical evidence. They haven't like tested it or anything. What was it? It doesn't hold up to scrutiny. It's the same way where, again, you know, you can say that something like your zodiac sign, like your horoscope, like, there are people who be like, oh, well, they do kind of fit. It's like, yeah, but everything kind of works if you're willing to be flexible with it. Yeah, if you are curious, by the way, you know, small side tangent, but, There is the closest thing to an official, like, personality test is called, what was it? It's like the Hexaco model. And it's basically, there are 6 personality traits that you can, what was it? There's 6 personality traits, and all of them are kind of like on a spectrum where you can have like really high or really low. So like one of them, I forget what they call it. The words Hexaco all stand for something. But, the one I remember, it's essentially like impulsiveness, right? It's like, if you're on one side of that scale, then you absolutely love to plan everything perfectly. You like to make sure that, like, things are fastidious. and on the other end, you're just flying by the seat of your pants. You're deciding what you want to do at the heat of the moment, just whenever you want. And it's this idea of like, there's not really like a set personality type. You're kind of like somewhere on the line there. And the only thing where it really becomes like a problem is if you're too extreme in either direction. You kind of like, some people will lean like more towards one side for sure. But then you get like a problem where like if you're too much focused on planning to the point that like you're paralyzed by things not going your way, or you're too impulsive to the fact that you're making like huge decisions without thinking, then there's problems. We might be too late to the Enneacraft party, possibly. And there's basically, there's 6 things that they measure you on. And they've come up, like, some people have come up with, like, unofficial names for, like, oh, well, if you're really strong in these 3, but not so much in these 3, you've got this kind of personality type. But as far as, like, scientists or whatever, and actual, like, psychologists, they just kind of look for, like, are you consistently to one side of the extreme of that? But even that test has, like, you know, there's been an attempt to objectively, like, rate it and see if it's consistent and whatnot. And it does better than all the other personality tests, but not by a whole lot. I don't think Myers-Briggs is particularly great, but it's not astrology. Yeah, I mean, I guess, you know, it's not astrology in that it does at least look at, like, who you are as a person instead of just looking at when you were born. But it is like astrology in that, like, it looks at certain things that you might do or certain behaviors you might have and tries to tries to categorize you in a group with a whole lot of other people and say that, like, because the whole point of a personality test, right, is that it's predictive. You can look at how you score on that personality test and be like, oh, you're an ITJF or whatever, which means that in the next 5 years, in general terms, you'll probably end up doing something like this. And it just doesn't work out that way. Whereas, like, on the Hexaco model, you can look and be like, okay, we've done like 4 tests over the course of a month, and you always score really high on impulsiveness, so we think that you'll make some really, like, rash decisions that might negatively impact your life. Ayo. They're right about some broad labels. Yeah, it's just, unfortunately, I think the, it's something that people don't like to believe, but, the myriad, the kaleidoscope of human experience cannot be categorized, even if you want to make, like, 20 different nuanced categories and try to give you a whole lot of different options and do a scale or whatever. It's like, in order to categorize people, you're gonna need, like, millions of them. So you can't easily be like, oh, well, they're a mediator. That means they act like this. Such a random thing, yeah. And what was it? If we were to have a scale, right, where, like, astrology is on this side and the Hexaco is on, like, this side, then it's like, you know, you got Hexaco, you got Myers-Briggs, which is a little bit more scientific, and then you got the Enneagrams, which, like, certainly tried, but that shit was, like, 1910s, and, like, the psychologist who made it was also, like, really into spiritualism, so a lot of it has to do with, like, what kind of shade your soul has, man. If you could make a deck update to a deck good, what deck would you do? For me, it would be Ashen. Oh. What kind of deck would I add support to? Hungry Burger. More burger. Enneagram, yeah, that's why we got to talking about this, was Enneacraft is based off the Enneagram. It's the 9 personality types that each person fits into. Supposedly. I mean, I guess while we're here, let me... That's what I was saying, like, if we did this, what I would do is, like, give a whatchamacallit, like a lecture where I would, like, try to teach people about the Enneagram. You're gonna learn a thing or two. This is what the Enneagram looks like. It's this weird, like, 9-sided, almost a star, but not quite. What was that last one? Would love a Joe lecture while at work. The Seal of Orichalcos? Yeah, kind of. And so the idea behind the lines, right, is that, like, look at, like, number 9 up at the top, right? They're basically saying there's this relationship between personality types where, like, your main line might be, like, a 9, but if you're especially relaxed, like, if you essentially reach, like, in an enlightened state where your life is really comfortable and you have no stress, you will drift towards 3. And if you're at the opposite, if your life is really stressed and you can't think properly, you'll drift towards 6. So each number has a relationship to another number where, like, and they tried to say something about how, like, oh yeah, the reason why you're having so much strife in your life is because, like, there's something happening in your environment and it's forcing you to act out of your type. You are a 9, but because things are really stressful, you're forced to live the life of a 6. And that's why, and it's helping to double down on your stress and make you more uncomfortable. And so a lot of it was based off this idea of, you know, if you want to get healthier, and you can't change your environment, then you need to change your thought patterns to align with what you're naturally predisposed to do, so you can deal with things in the way that's healthy for you. This looks like a Hunter x Hunter Nen chart. This is the real Tool Academy. A 9 living the life of a 6? Boy, can I relate, yeah. Or the same, you look at this 2, and they're like, 2, but if life's going really good, you'll lean towards a 4. If life's really stressful, you'll go to an 8. And then there's been people afterwards who just kind of did this thing where it's like, oh yeah, it's not as simple as saying you're a 9. Usually you're like a 9, but you might lean more towards or away from a 3 or a 6. You may be like a 2 centrally, but you might be like 2 lean towards 8 or 2 lean towards 4. So they took this 9-part gram and eventually made it into a 27-part system. So humans have always been looking for patterns where there are none. Well, yeah, humans are all about seeking patterns. I wouldn't say there are no patterns, because again, you can see them trying, right? You can see them, like, it's not simply like, oh, we want to categorize people so we can put them down. It's like, none of them are specifically evil. They're all about, like, different ways, different strengths and weaknesses, different ways that you deal with situations. It's like trying to categorize people so that they can help people who are having problems. But like with Myers-Briggs, it unfortunately just doesn't have very good predictive abilities. It didn't see very much success. But at the same time, you know, the system we have now that does work better was partially based off the research done on that. You know, Myers-Briggs doesn't have a lot of predictive elements, but the research that went into trying to figure out if it worked helped develop the Hexaco model. And as I said earlier, even the Hexaco model, the thing we use now, like, there's a lot of flaws with it. It doesn't quite work. And whatever the new system is, will inevitably take inspiration from what we're doing now and improve upon it. That's kind of how science works, you know. You very rarely, not very rarely, because we do eventually find like the best way to do a lot of stuff. But especially when it comes to newer fields of science, it's always a thing of like building on what came before, making it better and better over time. Anyway, Aneacraft is a deck based around pendulum flip monsters. Yeah, and see, this is, they did the dots, but each dot is like a long sentence. So pros, except for the searchers and the spell effects, nothing is once per turn. Has 2 oppressive floodgate effects. I'm not sure I'd call that a pro necessarily. A lot of people don't like floodgates even when you use them. But you can't deny they're a pro in that they're powerful. It helps you win the games. If you don't know, specifically they have an effect that stops the opponent from targeting any card on the field or in the graveyard. So they can't even target their own stuff. Which for some decks like think of whatchamacallit, Draco Tail. I'm pretty sure Draco Tail, the fusion Arthelion, like, he targets. It's like, target 3 cards and add them back to your hand, except you cannot target cards in the graveyard. Hand traps are not needed. Yeah, that's one of the things that I do really like about Aneacraft. They're powerful enough, even going second, that you don't really play any board breakers or hand traps. You just kind of play the deck pure. Like, you can play some, but I think if we went in, especially if we're stuck in Platinum, or starting in Platinum, I would just fill it with 40 Aneacraft cards and do it that way. Which would be really weird. Or I'm sorry, 39 cards and then Maxi. Who likes to read pendulums? I don't, you don't, and most importantly, the enemy doesn't, which means you get to scam wins off of people who don't know what you're doing and don't have enough attention to figure out. Cons, its destructive potential can't activate against you can effects. I don't know what that means exactly. According to the best Aneacraft players, should the next set include the new Chaos support and its meta prominent, then this deck is nearly useless. None of its good effects can be interacted with the Aneacraft, making it nearly impossible matchup. Exciting. Yeah, and then we have the Enneagram personality, Evangelion for maybe the editor. And then he gives me a suggestion for someone to look at for Aneacraft games. Oh, it's the next ladder climb. We're looking at potential arguments for why we should choose. I'll go to bat for rockers, which I presume is rockets. Link deck. It's best to get our licks with Borreload Savage Dragon while we can. Imagine Dragons. Now imagine listening to Imagine Dragons before we start playing dragons. Sure. Gun. We can reuse some props from the Magical Musket ladder climb. Would be fun to see a rocket deck as opposed to a Dragon Link deck. I still have this thing lying around. I don't know what this has to do with me, but it exists. I just think Sky Striker would be really neat. Old Marge Potato. Dual Avatar is a very cool fusion deck that creates layered end boards, especially when combined with spells that fuse on the opponent's turn. It has one of the most insane reading spells in Invitation. Summons 5 tokens, then fusion summons twice. It does just kind of have issues combining well with other archetypes, no shit. You don't say. Yeah, I try not to give too much feedback on these, but Dual Avatar is one of the worst designed decks ever created. I'd put it on par with something like Ursarctic, which, like, if you want to do Jankmas in July, Dual Avatar is a hell of a thing to play. I don't know if it has as many fans. I don't know if people even know what it is, but if you want me to play a really bad deck in Bronze, that might be the way to do it. Dream Mirror, yeah. Dream Mirror, Ursarctic, Dual Avatar, War Rock. Those are all kind of, I mean, at least War Rock. I mean, they all have negates. It's just how far can you get to them? I don't even know what Duel of Avatar is. Yeah. We would struggle to win with bronze. No. I mean, that's the thing. Like, my Masochist deck can get wins in gold. Any deck can make it up into platinum, as long as you're willing to try. We could get Dual Avatar into platinum. Further than that, don't know. I've argued for Valmonica before, and will do so again. Flexible plays, pairs well with level 4s or Fiendsmith. Penned deck that doesn't need to pen summon, where have I heard that before? Angel/Devil motif sitting on the shoulders. Strong but minimalistic end boards, doesn't play heavily into Fua or C, ends on Change of Heart. Easily accesses Underworld Goddess, tech cards into World Lance to Reborn Tengu to Spooky Dogwood. Can OTK easily. All support is here, and it is fun. Cons, no proper one-card combos. I have been bribed to ask you to vote for these decks. Sure. Let's go with Live Twins. Newest support being a Link 1 that dumps a monster, makes any effect monster the opponent uses draw you a card, and a new little monster which can negate a hand trap. Your Live Twins can summon itself if you have a Kiss a Kill. This isn't an argument, this is just saying what the deck does. You just say they have new support and it's good. This deck is pretty easy while also having enough room for a good amount of hand traps. Makes use of other Fiend Link stuff. Fiendsmith, Cybers, and Sprites. Yeah, there are a whole lot of options. Joe could dress up with a black cape and a mask and go as the Phantom Joe while also having his PNG model. Yeah, if we did Live Twins, I would probably see about getting some kind of very simple VTuber rig. I think that's what I would do. I'd have to look at how much it would cost. I think Maple said she could put one together for me pretty easily. I might go the nightmare route of like, take a couple still images of me and then try to make a VTuber rig that uses real pictures of myself. You know, real nightmare fuel. We could want it to be a Jankmas episode, yeah. Live Twins, I think it might be Jankmas these days. Abandon Live Twins. Tachyon, cool space dragons, rank 8 plays. They have access to Light and Darkness Dragon. Can be mixed with Horus, Galaxy, Photon. With Dark Magician of Destruction, you can have you can get, Dragoon. There's another one, you could shorten all of these statements down. With Dark Magician of Destruction, you can make Dragoon before your plays. You can tech it with Shining Sark to make Dragluxion. Mitsurugi works well. The Draco Tail cards work well. Due to dragon typing, it can be used with other strong dragon types, like Bestials. There's a counter trap that negates everything in the chain, which is really good against Yummy and Cool Toon and Radiant Typhoon. Didn't we do Galaxy before? Yeah, like 2 years ago. Did they get new stuff? Yeah, they've gotten 2 waves of new stuff since then. You can go with a physics science. I can teach you about tachyons, chat. Adding this on to rockets? Okay. Better access to game plan of making the small guys explode. Has the strength to push through interaction versus rogue and meta. Can be played pure or more of a pile with Dragon Link. Lots of options for other engines, really cool designs, tons of options for props and cosplay. See if I can get me a Varus mask or revolver, whatever you want to call them. Dragunity. Just got new support. Bounces and banishes for board breaking. Negates graveyard effects. Free special summon from extra deck if your opponent special summons. Can easily shove other dragons. Yeah, their Link monster is just kind of insane. It's just like, yeah, your opponent can't activate stuff in the graveyard, and if they special summon, you get to summon a synchro out of the extra deck. And that's especially effective against something like Draco Tail or Cool Toon. To just be like, yeah, you can send your stuff to the graveyard and make a synchro, but that's all you doing. It's Dweller on crack. So yeah, that's all the options. And as I said, the vote is going on currently. This is how we do the vote, by the way. It's, every deck is assigned an icon, like an emote. And then you just put all the emotes that you want. Everything that you think is a good deck that you would be happy seeing, you put it here. And whichever one has the most support from the most amount of people is the one that gets picked. You can go back and edit these if you've already voted until, like I said, I'm going to wait a couple hours after stream is done, and then I'll go in and count these. If you haven't edited by then, you're locked in. But you have a few hours to, like, change these around if something about what I said, the arguments, changed your mind. Where is the, not game capture, where's the window capture? No, it's called Discord now, I changed it. There we go. Let me actually, real quick, Discord capture. There we go. Huh. Why did that move off the screen like that? Weird. Galaxy had a negative win rate. I hate to bring your attention to what we're currently doing, though, buddy. Galaxy really was the toughest climb. Yeah, if you missed last time, we deranked all the way down to Platinum 5. Things are not going great. Wake Cup. And then we got a couple Archfiends. Odd Eyes also had a negative win rate. To be expected. The shit hit the fan. It really did. We went with what we thought would be the strongest version, and it didn't. So I think chat, what we want to do. Let me go ahead, copy this deck. I feel like the most fun we had, the most interesting thing we did was when we just played it pure. It wasn't the best version of the deck, but it worked some of the times, and it did funny things. I think what we want to do, though, is just go in hard on the funniest things we could do. We crafted an illusion gate, so we might as well throw an illusion gate in there. I just want to kind of go in hard on, like, the stealing theme. Is Yubel currently good? Not really. We have Snatch, Steal, and Change of Heart. We do. The problem is, yeah, pardon me. The problem is I want something that's good going first and going second. Like we could put in Change of Heart, we could put in Snatch Steal. But it's not really something that like this is something like you know, we go first, they hand trap us, we can either try to draw into stuff or we can steal a card out of their hand. Enemy controller. Although... what if we said fuck going second and we just played exchange? Exchange, maybe. Super Poly. We started with Super Poly. Super Poly's just not all that funny. Does that work? Fuck it. Brother. It does trigger the Hecahands, does it? If a card is added to your opponent's hand, both players reveal their hands, add one card from each other's hand. So Chimera didn't work? No, Chimera was terrible. It was an absolute waste of space, unfortunately. Let's add in a Zeus. Let's add in a... Obedience. Yeah, maybe that would be better. Like, I could Lullaby of Obedience, declare a monster name. Like, you just declare Ash, right? And they either give me the Ash in their hand, or they summon it. And then if I can get any level 7 on the field, I can just make Barone. Barone. Call Ghost Ogre. Yeah, I do want to punish her. I barely know her. Just in case I get to an 8 and I have a tuner. Oh, what's a good level 8? Oh, we don't want to synchro summon with these. I was like, what if we grab a cool tune? We don't really want to do that. Is there another generic link that's just like kind of good that isn't like a yeah, I was thinking a synchro 8. Like in case we grabbed a level 1 tuner. Fancy Ball, that takes 3. Rabbit is a generic illusion. Yeah, Gorgon of Zinthoni is also a Link 3. Fuck, do we just play Moon of the Closed? I really don't want to play Fiendsmith. I'm so tired of Fiendsmith. Do Verte. Just put in a Dragoon engine. Nightmare Magician. That's not what we need. We're needed to do something with cards we do steal. I guess we could just do these two. Gives us options. Is there an alien link that does something with cards? No. Oh, yeah. 1 second. Geonator Transverser. For Pride Month, chat. Yeah, I guess I should just look at the ones that aren't just URs. What is the fusion effect? Level 4 or lower. Unfortunately, that doesn't really help me. TY, well, thank you. It's banned in the OCG? Funny. Not what I meant to do. Yeah, that didn't have to do anything to do with opponent's cards. Okay, it's probably good. I think we're on Mark 5, right? No, this would be 6. I love the, yeah, this keyboard is like great. Just like the ASMR. There you go. I'm pretty good at typing. Thanks, Mavis Beacon. Still a bounce, but funnier. Yeah, the problem is neither of these do anything going second. Yeah, I think we're just gonna do it. Switcheroo. I do love a nice little switcheroo from time to time. I don't think that would be a great option. Switcheroo. Oh wait, no, wait. Oh, we can put one more funny card in there, chat. Make it a solid 42. I don't know about you. I'm thinking 42. We did a version with Bot Herder. We did. It didn't work very well. The OG crossout to counter an aircraft. The one change of heart. Oh yeah, the one illusion gate. Might as well. We got 2 go first cards and a go second card. Alright, chat. Alright, cat. Let's fill it up with chats in the chat. I mean, what? Let's get silly with it. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. Getting silly with it. Alright. What was it? All right, hand signs. Welcome back. Oh, stupid phone. All right, hand signs. Welcome back to the final episode of Phil in the. This isn't Phil in the Jank. What the fuck am I talking about? Alright, hand signs, welcome back to the final stream. I'm getting so distracted by trying to do the Naruto hand signs. What's another? Handler. I feel like there's something else I'm missing. Some other pun that I could call people. Just call people Hecahands. Farmhands. Sure, why not? Alright, farmhands, here we are. The final Hecahands stream. And things are not looking so good. We had a very promising start. You know, I went into this month thinking this deck would be absolutely terrible, and in the first 2 streams was blown away by how powerful it was. and then spent the next 4 streams getting slowly bumped down, trying to make what I thought would be stronger versions of the deck, only to end up back where we started again, in Diamond 5. I think our chances of making it into Master this month are almost nothing. So, you know what? Fuck it. We could sit here, banging our head against the wall, trying to make this deck good, or we could just acknowledge that it's not a very good deck, and try to have as much fun as we can. And I think the most fun we had was with the pure version at the beginning of the month. So I decided to go back onto that, but make a few silly little changes, just a couple to spice things up. You know, we managed to craft 1 illusion gate, so I've thrown that in as a go second tech, lets me wipe the board and steal something, which I can use. And then we're going in hard with a couple extra stealing cards. We're playing Exchange, which allows me to look at my opponent's hand and they look at my hand and we both swap a card. So I can potentially steal like an Ash Blossom or a Maxi or a Charmy before they activate it, or maybe force them to activate it in a position where they don't want to. And we've also got Lullaby of Obedience, which is kind of the same thing. You pay 2,000 life points, you declare a monster card, your opponent looks at their deck, and then if they have that card, they either have to put it in your hand or summon it to your field. And declaring Ash on this is kind of a win-win, because it's really easy to get into any of these level 7s and make like a Baronne de Fleur if they put it on the field. And if they give it to our hand, well then we just have an Ash Blossom. And then in addition to that, I'm just playing Triple Tactics Talent. This is a very good card, both going first and going second. You know, go first, we can either draw 2 more cards, try to get into our combo, or pick something out of their hand, and going second, we can steal more monsters. So I'm just going to jump into this. Maybe we'll try out some more funny techs if this ends up working. Maybe we'll end up removing them if we're just not having fun. But the objective tonight is just to have fun playing Hecahands, trying to see what the goofiest shit we can do. Hopefully someone will actually destroy Xeno and we'll get to steal their whole board. That'll be fun. So let's try that and see how it goes. Okay, 132. Dawn of the final stream plus final deck. What's the point of playing the game if you aren't having fun? I mean, winning is kind of inherently fun, right? Yeah, also, that is a good point. I do get paid, technically, for playing this game. Like, it's my job to play this game. So it's like, what's the point of playing a game if you're not having fun? It's like, well, I have to make the video, you see. I have to continue to churn out content. Otherwise, I can't pay my rent. It's like any job, you know, you try to make it fun when you can. And my job is certainly funner than a lot of people's jobs. Oops, all hand traps. Off we go. Come with me, and you'll see it's a world of pure inebriation. We'll get drunk and have fun while we're clicking on the field. Alright. During your main phase, you can add 1 elf note from your deck to your hand. Okay. Do we droll and lock that? Yeah, I think we do. We just droll and hope. And if they have like the called by or the other thing for it, maybe we can Foolos. And maybe they can't kill us here. What? No, you're not allowed to do that. Get out of here. Unfortunately, that does allow them to make a bar on the floor because it's 10. They're playing Bamboo Shoot? Probably. Is it our good friend, our buddy, our solemn horse pal? Bar on the floor? It sure is. But if that's all they can... Oh. Yeah, I guess I should have just fool-losed. I wasn't very aware of how elf notes could do. Yep, tactical misplay. The Twitch AI summary has helpfully informed me you're playing pure Odd Eyes. Twitch has an AI summary now? I thought they were better than that. Yeah, this is just 8,400. Sadly, we went to Bricktown. No, I didn't put any thought into that because I knew you'd never pick it. I'll let Bubble decide. I'd have taken a Shrimp Town. Yeah, I would have taken you to Shrimp Town. Second tool of the day, serving it up Gary's way. First tool of the day did not go well. We opened all hand traps, going first. This time, we did not open all hand traps. I think we want to send off the Bruce, right? Yeah. Don't let me down, Bruce. It's a nightmare! If your nightmares look like this, brother, I want to know what your dreams look like. Let me search, please. I would like it to search. Give me the search. Oh, Nifroth, raiding with a party of 61. Welcome, raiders. I'm Hardleg Joe, if you didn't know. Every month I climb the ladder with a different deck, as chosen by my patrons. This month, Hecahands. They're not very good, but they can do funny stuff. Also, this is my faithful companion, Critter. Critter, would you like to say something to the people who have just raided? Maybe give them an idea of how this show works and what kind of things we do here. Thank you, Critter. He has such a way with words. It looks as though we've been hit by Dominus Purge, which is kind of unfortunate. We do not have the cross-out designator for this. I'm gonna go big. I'm gonna go hard. Let's try it. Hope they don't have Ash, too. Actually, I think this locks them out of Ash, right? Yeah. Alright. So we get to go for Ibtel. And I get to set a card. Yeah, I'll set the Spell Trap Negate. I'll set it 5 times! And then we'll activate this. Shuffle it back. We get Gygus. I think he was the final villain in Earthbound, if I'm not mistaken. Ah, Anubis, Jamaica. Is that fucking Ash Blossom? Now, the funny thing, of course, is that we could make Baronne de Fleur here. But I don't think we want to. I think we would rather do one of these. And we'll do one of these. Search me a card. Search me a card, you're the searchy man. Search me a card tonight. The question is, what do we want to do? The thing is, now that we know they're on man, like, Bruce is unlikely to hit. I think we just want to go for Tartaros, of all things. Because it just gives us the ability to bounce something back if we really need to. And then we're going to set 2. Set 2, pass. Kick in some mass. I will have to allow that. Setting some cards, setting some cards, setting some cards. Alright, alright. Draw a card. It's Yaddle. Okay. We're going to... I'm going to try this first. Yeah, go right ahead. So they get Apophis, semicolon, the Serpent. To get Apophis, semicolon, the Swamp Deity. Ah, perfect. Give me another Ash Blossom. This time I will do the thing. What are they gonna negate? This already used its effect. These already used their effects. Sure. Two of them things? Yeah, go ahead, brother. Yeah, you can negate the thing that already used its effect. And the other thing that already used its effect. You're a little late. Oh wait, I didn't use the effect here. I thought I did. I'm just confused. Okay. Yeah, we just make bar on the floor, right? Goodbye. Solemn judgment. I think not, friend. I have counter traps of my own. God works for me now. Get over here, Solemn Johnson. I'm reaching. Anyway, get that shit off of my field. Get out of here. You're done, buddy. We're the solemn ones now. I'm not sure, I'm sure Mr. Metal has already used it, but if not, Mr. Metal, at some point you gotta add in the, like, virtual insanity, like the guy slowly, like, creeping towards you. I assume you're familiar with that. If not, you know what, let's take a short break because I need to get a drink anyway. Deserved for playing stun. Well, that was the man, which is not quite stun. You thought you had God and anime on your side? You just had anime. What if Naruto was anime? Yeah, here we go, chat. Fun little audio break. Unless you're not subscribed. If you're not subscribed, you're going to miss the first minute of it, because I will go ahead and play an ad now. Ads help support the channel. If you don't want them, you could subscribe or get Twitch Turbo. Fortunately, the song's like 3 minutes long, and the part that I want to show you is like 2 minutes in, so even if you get the minute-long ad, you will not miss the thing. You're welcome. For everyone who's still here, you get to watch the full video. Yeah, there we go. Was built of, like, cardboard and shit, and they had it on wheels. And outside, there were a whole bunch of guys just, like, pushing it. Like, they're in a warehouse, and they're pushing the whole room around. So he stands still, but the room moves to the left. And so it looks like he's sliding around on the floor because the camera is mounted on, like, part of the wall. And then they had, there's, like, little things they could slip underneath that would hook under the furniture. So the furniture was attached to the walls, and then in time with certain things, they would unhook it. So, like, when the furniture is moving, like, at this part, this thing over here, I'm gonna mute it just so I can get this part in the VOD. This thing is hooked on to the, both of these are hooked on to the wall, and they're just pushing it backwards. So this thing is going out. And then while he's doing stuff, they're like unhooking parts. They unhook this one. And apparently a lot of this dancing, like, it was just completely improvised. They did like 3 or 4 takes. And that's like, you see this thing, he like turns around and he sees it and really quickly, like, he doesn't like spin, he's like, oh shit, and then like tries to get out of the way of it. There's a couple times when like he runs into things or almost runs into things. Because it's like, yeah, he's just kind of making it up as he goes. You could see him almost fall over like 10 times, yeah. Where did the bird come from? They just green screened it in. And this was early, like, 90s too, right? So they didn't have a whole lot of green screen technology. So, like, just doing that was like a fancy green screen trick. It would have been cool if he just sat down, yeah. It reminds me of, while we're talking about funny music videos, fuck it, what are they called? It's not inexplicable. Fear and Delight. I always like this one. Unfortunately, again, I can't really play the audio, but the song's really good too. It's got this neat effect where I remember seeing this and be like, oh, they did a whole bunch of takes in the same area. How did they do this? His synchronization is so great. And not quite. The way it works is they're in a perfectly round, like, tub that they made. And the tub has cameras all around it. And because it's, like, the same shape and the same color and everything, they basically, like, they've got a bunch of cameras on all at once, and it's just him in there, and they're taking the different feeds and overlaying them. So you're just seeing the one guy from, like, 9 different cameras at once. Yeah. It's just 10 different cameras seeing at him in the same room from different angles. So instead of having to film it 10 times, they just film it once and then overlay all the shots. Reminds me of, I mean, we could do OK Go like all day. There. But the thing about OK Go is that all of OK Go's videos are like these super complex things that do take like millions of dollars and require sponsors. This is something that looks like it should be really expensive and takes a lot of effort. But it's like beyond making a big tub and having 10 cameras, it doesn't really. Yeah, Fear and Delight's a great song. I'll play it if we have another music break. Shoot him to death with the bow in mid-video, yeah. I mean, don't get me wrong. OK Go's videos are, like, amazing, too. Like, sometimes it's really good to work smarter. They're not an example of, like, they work smarter and harder. One guy in a bunch of shirts. Have you ever heard of Little Bit? I have not. Little Big? That sounds a little bit more familiar. But I think that I'm getting that confused with Little Talks, which is a song of Monsters and Men, I think. Now listen to the words I say. Ha! The words all sound the same. Ha! And though the truth may carry this ship will bury us far too safe from shore. I think that's like Stomp Clap, right? It's weird. I can remember during the time when like that was getting really popular, and then they were just kind of calling it like a folk revival. They're like, it's more folksy music. And then it wasn't until I feel like the moment was over that people finally came up with like a specific name for that genre of music. Oh, they're a Russian band. What's the whiff counter? It's for when I use Gygus and it fails. Okay. I'm gonna try Spirit Sculpture first. No one knows what this card does. The Fallen and the Virtuous? Shit, man. Oh, well, nothing I can do about that. Let's try this. Ash Blossom. Yeah, I think I have to allow that to go through. Sadly. Yeah, because we know Femina is in hand and we need to hit that to stop the fusion. So we can go with Nightmare Apprentice. We can apprentice our nightmares. We can grab you. We got a Droll. Jeez. They call him Dr. Hand Traps over here. Well, that makes my options really clear. Oh, buddy. What you didn't know is that I'm the master of fucking patience. Get that shit out of my house. You ain't fusing anything, bucko. Give me Dandalos. 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 1850, a fine year. Give me your dude. Game's over. All the hand traps in the world didn't save you this time. And finally, your own Arthelion. He works for me now. Now I got the power of God and Arthelion on my side. 202. Duel 106 versus Draco Tail. You can skip their turn. The true Hardleg experience. 3 duels in 2 hours. Hey, a lot of that was, we had to warm up, alright? Entertainment is an art. Do you want it done fast or do you want it done right? Yeah, I think I do this and try to stop him. Yeah, I think I drolled him again. The Droll-Charmy duality is really tough. But in this case, this deck, just like every card adds something. So like, now they can summon it, but it doesn't do anything. They can make the extra deck monster, but they can't search MST. Uh-oh. Yep, there's 1 card to shuffle back. I'm curious if they know what it is. Yeah. That would be a starter. Do 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 do. It might be Radiant Typhoon, but it might be Striker. True. Damn. It's like the one I didn't want. Why you gotta be a level 6, buddy? I guess I set this because a lot of their stuff is like, your opponent controls no spell traps. Yeah. Oh, but if I do, then they can... Yeah, so I've turned off a lot of their effects, but I've also turned off my own Foolos. Unfortunately, yeah, it's one of these things where it's like, you either want Droll or Foolos. If you get both, you kind of screw yourself because you can only use one per turn, unless they have, like, something that stops it. Damn. I was really hoping they MST'd first. Yeah, probably Sky Striker. And we don't have anything that, like, stops them if we draw it. People know the cards now. It wasn't that difficult to figure out. It's like the Charmy, the Trap, or the Monster. It's like, well, monsters normally do something.
Yes.
Hello, Von Vondra. Oh boy, 3 of a kind. That's what we call a Balatro-ass hand in this household. I hope Balatro gets an official update soon. Yeah, I don't want you to get that. Isn't there supposed to be one coming? There was originally. But then he was like, I don't think I get it down in the original year time period I offered. Huh? Verte? Or did you forget and think this was the tuner? I think they forgot and thought that was the tuner. Sometimes, all you need is Ash. All you need is Ash. Ba-ba-da-da-da. All you need is Ash. Ba-ba-da-da-da. All you need is Ash. Ash. Ash is all you need. Going first makes me feel alive. I go first and do Hecahand stuff. Hopefully. They really love giving me Droll and Charmy. And like, I guess I discard the Charmy, right? It's your fucking nightmare. Try this, please. Yeah, we'll go for this one. Show me that Droll. No? Okay. Activate. Alright, let's go for Gygus. Let me see the top of your deck. Ah, more branded, I see. Or Tri-Brigade? Card is sent to the graveyard. You could special summon one of the following. I see. So I think what we do is we special summon that. We don't want to send it to the graveyard. So we're going to activate this fusion. We're going to make Jowza using these two. Why did I put that in attack? I don't know. We're going to search me a card. Or try to. Let's get this. And then we're going to make the Zombie Vampire in defense mode. Gotta remember defense mode. You're not getting that kit to the graveyard. Special summon a monster. I got the branded dragon. That was sent to the graveyard. Yeah, so that's gonna trigger and bring back the Bruce. So yeah, I think I get the Spirit Sculpture. And then we're going to Chain Link 1 this. Bring back Bruce. Chain Link 2 this. Add it back to my hand. Just go big. You will win. Let's go ahead and Spirit Sculptor here. You got an Ash and you're just waiting super long for it? Yeah, we'll get Yadel. Alright, let's take a peek. Let me look at your hand, buddy. Ah, Quem. I will take your Quem. Quem. Why can I make... Is she a she's a tuner. That's hilarious. Do we make Psychic End Punisher just to be funny? No, no, no. We normal summon... We normal summon this guy. Yeah, goodbye, Gygus. Now that's a 6 and a 4. We can make a Barota floor. Thanks for the free parking. Yeah, we'll go and activate this. We're gonna grab this. I think we do have to give them the kit, unfortunately, but it's worth it to get other stuff. We're going to send off the zombie vampire. Were they holding the... Okay, they weren't holding the Ash for the long game. I think we get Godos here. Godos, and we set the counter trap. Yeah, I did send Quem. They get to send a card to the graveyard. A pity I don't have triple tactics here, that would be funny. Yeah, let's just go ahead and blow you up. Get the Fallen and the Virtuous back. Shit. Wait, I can steal that. Oh, but maybe I should... Oh, they added something to hand. Okay, I can summon Godos. Alright. I'm pretty confident with this. We've got like 4 things of interaction. Yeah, maybe I should play like one copy of Fallen in the Virtuous to deal with this. Fuck. I forgot about Super Poly. And now everything's just turned off. I guess I shouldn't have summoned Godos. Negate it? Well, yeah, I have no choice but to negate it. Yeah, we do this. I'll bring back Jowza. Ah, I had called by too. Pain. Now I just have nothing. Yeah, I forgot Super Poly was everywhere. And these Drolls just aren't going to do anything, are they? Yeah, I guess we just gotta remember. Shouldn't have summoned Godos, I suppose. Well, they drew a card. Well, I ain't dead. Yet. This is where Illusion Gate would like, you know, top deck the Illusion Gate would be really good right about now. Ibtel does nothing because Godos, Bruce, and Gygus are all in the graveyard. I guess I could get something on and then at least my spell traps would be live. That ain't it, brother. Yeah, and Fallen in the Virtuous plays around fucking, like I could Typhon, but they could just Fallen in the Virtuous it. Ah, I see. Lots of funny cards. Lullaby of Obedience. Give me your Ash Blossom. What do you mean you don't have Ash Blossom in your deck? Do you have all three of them in your hand? It's a 97% chance card played. I found the one person, it must be a Neocraft or something. That's gotta be the only explanation. I mean, I guess we're about to find out. Brother, I am ill. The doy dot the dasket doll. Gygus. Sure, I'll get a card. Diabells. I'm just playing like an all-in Diabells deck. Maybe we should have called Maxi instead. Having Maxi on our field doesn't do a whole lot. We go ahead and get this. I'm gonna trade out the Illusion Gate. It ain't doing much for us here. Yeah, we're doing it like this. I'm just gonna go big, chat. Again, that's what we're here to do. We're going big. Going big means it's Xeno time! Why end on 2 counter traps when I could take your extra deck? And we'll get back the Searcher for next turn. Let me take a peek. Me coming for your extra deck. Yeah, I'll take SP. SP's some good interaction. Maybe I should have read the other one. I just assumed it didn't do anything. SP's pretty good. Oh, I sense a little nonsense going on. Yeah. Just a wee bit. Ah, I see. Yeah, I'll pick 7. And there's a 6. Monster Gate. Oh, maybe I should have used this. And there's the 7. Diabells. And there's another one. Ah, 7 again. Gandora. Gandora is an activated effect. Destroy as many other cards on the field as possible. And if you do, banish them. And this is destroyed by your opponent's card effect. Alright. You steal if Xeno is popped? I do. But all I steal is their useless 0 attack. Yeah, I might as well. Let's get this off, because I don't want to be destroyed. Not yet. Not until you got something good. Also, they just opened with, like, everything, right? Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Into the void. There's Diabells. They are not using the Diabell effect. I guess they don't have any Sinful Spoil spell traps. They also don't have any traps in general that they can use for this except for this. Yep, that's fine. Banish 3, special summon a Diabell monster. Alright. Send one from the deck to the graveyard. I'm gonna say nah. I don't know what you got, but you got fucking shit in the grave, and I don't want to see that. Oh, they can't be destroyed. Well, let's hope we can get Dragoon, chat. Yeah, buddy! My Dragoon! Get the hell out of here! Good luck with your combo now! He's the king! The king! Yeah, go ahead. Our extra deck. Dark Light. And another one. Do we just make them end on this? Yeah, I think we do. What if they roll back the trap? Well, they could try to destroy everything, but Dragoon wouldn't be destroyed, and if you want to destroy Xeno, you're gonna have a bad time. Zombie Vampire. Oh, we millin'. It's Miller time. You're a bit too late there, buddy. Apprentice Illusion. Neat. Also, I shouldn't have put this in the extra monster zone in case I get another link. Why do they have the Mayakashi trap? So the effect is, tribute a Mayakashi or Shiranui. Neither player can special summon from the deck or extra deck. If you have this in the graveyard with transaction rollback, you can copy the effect without copying the cost. So it's just a floodgate your opponent out of summoning for return. That's so fucked. Yeah, it's a little evil. What you copying, buddy? Okay. Deck or extra deck for the rest of this turn. Okay. End phase. But it came back. I draw a card. And they surrender. Yeah, we get... You're out of time, brother. 230. Dual 110 versus White Forest Mill. Xeno was a very good deterrent for the board wipe they had, yeah. Go ahead, brother. Wipe my board. See what happens. Yep, they're just playing Eradicator and Darklight and Ghost Meets Girl. So, like, board wipe, destroy all spell traps, stop your opponent from special summoning. In a deck that plays, like, 3 Reasoning and 3 Monster Gates, so you fill up the graveyard with shit, and then you can just play out of the graveyard with a lot of this, a lot of the Sinful Spoil stuff. This can summon itself out of the graveyard by banishing a spell and a trap. Once per turn, quick effect, pay half your life points, pop a card. We've seen this before. This thing is essentially, anti-spell fragrance on legs. I think. No, this is the wrong one. This one. Your opponent must set spell traps before activating them. The spell trap is set on the field while this card's in the monster zone. You can target a card your opponent controls and one card you control and destroy them. So, like, oftentimes when they Monster Gate or when they Reasoning, if they hit this, then, like, they can lock you out of spell traps and lock you out of special summoning and then have a pop for the one normal summon. I've seen it before. It's very cheesy. To be fair, they had, like, what was it, 2 Reasonings and 2 Monster Gates, and just happened like all 4 of their monsters were on top of the deck. Every time! Can I get one without the other? I keep getting both. Versus Blue Eyes? Yeah, I'll Ash this. And then I'll Foolos. I will get one draw. Spirit from Eyes of Blue. That's good. That turns on the hand. Mausoleum of White. Do I want to Gygus? Probably not. Because if I Gygus and they find a way to blow it up, then I don't have a combo next turn. Blue Eyes! So, probably a Primite card if I had to guess. Yodel does help, I think. I don't know, do I even try to Yodel? Yeah, I think I have to try. Unless they have Droll, we should... Like, part of me is just like, what if I just Xeno? But, like, if I Xeno and what they have is the Drill Beam, then I'm, like, mega ultra screwed. Do I normal summon the Droll to get the extra? Yeah, I think we try it. That ought to confuse him. I will send the Droll. Yep, it's drill beam. I could smell it from a mile away. Alright, so then we Mankey Bell. Mankey, Mankey, give me your answer due. I'm half crazy, all for the love of you. It won't be a priceless fusion. I can't afford a contusion. But will look sweet upon the seat of my fusion made of two. All for the love of fuse. You people are too smart. What do we even grab here? Oh, I could have maybe had game. Do I go for this? Try to get it? Yeah. Again, we want to go for the silly play. It wouldn't be game, but if we could steal their blue eyes, it'll put them in a significant back foot. Jax, I know we don't get along, but I made a fusion. TDAC broke my heart. Isn't she lovely? Isn't she wonderful? Let's go ahead, Dandalos. Oh, they reading this card for the first time. Give me your blue eyes. I desire. Oh! Ultimate fusion. Then if you used up to the number of blue eyes used from the field. Ah. I wasn't expecting that one, I'll be honest. Goodbye, Dandalos. Wait, why didn't this come back? Oh, it's vanished. Okay. I'm in a little danger, I tell you what. Yeah, I think I have to stop that. I've yet to watch The Amazing Digital Circus. I might just binge it. How many hours is it? Yeah, I think it's like 6. 4 to 6 hours. Something along those lines. It's not super long. There's only 9 episodes. Most of them are under an hour long. I think the finale is an hour long. I'd recommend it. I thought it was really good. Only 9? Yeah. It's a limited series. The episodes, I thought they were like 30 to 40 minutes apiece. Oh, brother. Am I dead? Oh, brother. No wonder you're in Diamond 5. So many people have reached out after the finale to tell me how much the show meant to them. Why did they reach out to you? Yeah, I'm dead. Why did he clear the jet? Because it's coming back. He always comes back. Going second, this Ash has to put in a lot of work. Fortunately, our opponent's on a 51 card deck. Couldn't shave out that extra one. Oh? Mirror match? This feels like it might be a mirror match. I'm gonna pretend like I don't have Ash. It's a mirror match, brother! Yeah, what are the chances they're playing Mankabell? I don't want you looking at my deck. That'll give me a big advantage. Oh, they're playing the other version. Yeah, it must be nice to open multiple starters. Every time I played the deck, I opened with like 2 Gazelle, 2 of the Mirror Sword Knight, and just didn't do anything. We will show them the power of purity. No we won't. They have like a cracked hand and we have like almost nothing. Are you a fan of D&D at all? I mean, I like tabletop games. I have a consistent tabletop game that I play in every other Wednesday. Death Market Rebellion. Hardly anyone shows up to it, even though I make posts about it. It's okay, we have triple tactics talents that will die to the counter trap. Counter trap negates activations, it does. Why keep the second? Because we only have one spell worth negating. This does double damage. Okay, don't think they have the spell trap negate then. This is only during the main phase, right? Yeah. Yeah, it's probably Chimera Fusion. Ibtel. The problem is we know they have the negate, and if they negate the Ibtel, our turn's just over. We used Yadel. I know, Kale! I'm trying to... I'm like, if I fuse it, then we could get something in the graveyard, get back the thing. Maybe they use a monster effect to stop this, the recursion. He's blinking, he is. We could also try the Bruce. But that would just do the thing, yeah, because they must have a monster in hand, right? No matter what we do, they can hit us with the counter trap. We do this first. I mean, we could just make Godos and attack over everything, but then they make Godos next turn. Activate this, bring back. Yeah, no matter what, we're just doomed. The triple attack doesn't do anything because they have no monster effects. We'll take the 50-50. Oh, hold up. Oh, they had nothing but. Okay. I think we just draw two because we need multiple... We need multiple monster effects if we want to have a chance. I don't think we have multiple monster effects left in the deck, though. Because they're gonna pop this. It's like we steal this, but then they can just negate. No, it's their only one. Hold up. Then they don't have... Then they don't have a Hecahands. I'll be taking this. Give me. And we take the fusion, right? Because we've only got one. We will have three, though, when I'm done here. No, we'll have two. Yeah, so we take this. Godos, yeah. That's unfortunate. So activate this. We make Dandalos. Interesting, they get to do that. Yeah, we can't run over this because it's a fucking illusion. Only during the main phase, though. So, battle phase? Attack directly. Activate. Make Xeno. Fuck it, you know? Make Fusion Zeus that doesn't exist. Could make Typhon. The problem, of course, is if we Xeno, they steal it, and I think it misses the timing. But all they have to do is make a Dandalos of their own, and they steal it. Yeah, we're just dead. It has to be it has to be destroyed. Yeah, the trap will destroy it. Oh, they can't take it now. They could still negate it though. This is main phase only. Oh yeah, I should have done that in my main phase. Maybe they'll do something else before they make Barone. Well, wait, hold on. If they do make Barone, they won't have a Hecahands on the field. Which means if they make Barone and I activate this and they negate it with Barone, then I'll steal their board. They're not making Barone, they're making SP. We shoot anyway? Why? They can't attack? I don't think they know that. Making a Xeno of their own. They made it to Barone one way or another. Yeah, idiot. Buffoon. Yeah, and then they just get the counter trap. Yeah, they're playing a triple version of the deck. They're still playing 3 Gazelle, 3 Codal, 3 Sword Knight. They're even playing 3 Baphomet and 3 Chimera Fusion. So they're playing a way brickier version of the deck than we ever played. But for some reason, whenever we played it, we would always open like 2 copies of this and a copy of this, and then we'd normal summon, get ashed, and do nothing. Where they open like Nightmare Apprentice, plus this, plus a copy of Chimera Fusion, plus Ash. I don't even know why they have Diabells in here. The 3 Codal. The thing was, when I was playing the Chimera version, people kept saying, maybe you need to drop Chimera Fusion down to 3. Maybe you need to drop Codal down. Maybe you need to get rid of one of those things, because we kept bricking on multiple copies. This Ash is going to have to do a lot of work, brother. Mirage? Oh. Sure, I don't know what you're up to. Yeah, I assume this is Tri-Brigade stuff. Triple tack. Take a peek. Yep, that's the starter. Yummy Tri-Brigade, maybe. Yep, looks like it. Yerp. Maybe they'll mess up. Sprout. What is your favorite snack? Lately, it's been donuts. I really like me a good donut from time to time. Oh hey, it came back. Do we Lullaby of Obedience now? Or do we just do this and get rid of the Lullaby? Yeah, I think everything else is too good to get rid of. Yep, we just tossed this out, unfortunately. Why not prepare dinner? It ain't that time yet. Oh, can I not, Tartaros? I can't. Not enough Hecahands names. I thought the one was... Yeah, I confused this. Oh yeah, this doesn't fuse from the field for some reason. It doesn't? No, it's only from hand and graveyard. Oh no, it's field or... It doesn't fuse from hand. That's where I was getting confused. But it came back. Can that do anything without monsters on the field? Oh, now it gets monsters on the field. Gotcha. Let's go for you. Alright, Gygus. Let's see what we can get. Nothing. Yummy. I will take your cookie. Target one face-up monster loses 1,000 attack, or if this was summoned. Yeah. Get out of here. My effect! I'm a silly cookie boy, cooking all the way. Yabba dabba dabba dab, cookie, cookie, yabba dabba dabba dab, cook, cook, cook. Yeah, and I don't want to give them... I think this is the best way to go about it. Put the cookie down! Into the graveyard with you. Hopefully I don't mill them into anything good. Well, I got rid of their Max C. Oh boy, what did I hit? Everything? Yeah, give me your cup. That's my cup! Yeah, I need a rank 6, right? Okay, so we don't add that back. We activate Ibtel, and we specifically bring back the Mankabell. We don't activate its effect. So we get this, and then we make Sheridan. I barely know it in. Yeah, I'm just gonna send the Snatchy. Go to combat? No, I have to do this first and hope I get something good. Let's try it. Fusion Hua! Let's go, Xeno. Yeah, I'll do one of each. Can we win? It depends what we can take. Let's have a peek at you extra, shall we? Oh, what a martial metal. Shureg, you say? Yeah, I'll summon Shureg. Howdy, howdy. Yeah, I'll non-targeting banish. Response? Special summon one, but it cannot attack directly this turn. Yeah, we just banish it, right? Battle face. Get rid of this. Get rid of this. No. Get rid of you. Change it face down. Oh. I see. Oh, that's not game. Close to game, but it ain't game. I think what we do, right, is we make Zeus on top of this. And we make SP with these two. And we get rid of the field spell. Yeah, that's fine. Goodbye. All right. You got 800 life points and a marshmallow. You're on a much better deck than me, so I would not be surprised. I mean, yeah, we'll just get rid of you real quick. I need to clear out the extra deck space in case you got another link anyway. But it came back. All right, they brigading. It's a pity. I can't even remember how the beginning of this game started. I don't think I was talking much or saying anything because I didn't think we'd have a chance against Yummy, and yet here we are. Born to be kings. We're the princes of the universe, I suppose. Duel 113 versus Yummy Brigade. We took the last extra deck link, did we? Yeah, without Shureg, you don't really have anything to go into. I guess you could make Bucephalus if you really wanted to, but I don't know how useful that would be. And there was a chance I could steal it. Why are you playing Chimera? Do you have any fiend monsters? You cheated out with the Tri-Brigade guy? Ah, I see. Tri-Brigade hammer. It's hammer time. Bucephalus was a wolf the whole time. Brrp. I call it Yummy Brigade. That's just Rugal. Oh, okay. Ooga chaka, ooga, ooga, ooga chaka, ooga, ooga, ooga chaka, ooga, ooga, ooga chaka, ooga. I can't stop this feeling deep inside of me. Girl, you just don't realize what you do to me. When you hold me in your arms so tight, you let me know everything's alright. I hooked on a feeling, da-da-da. I'm high on believing that you're in love with me. Lips as sweet as candy, things I wanna steal. Girl, you just don't realize you're a banana, I'm a pea. I don't think those are the words. Anyway, we got Godos. Fallen in the Virtuous. Okay. Godos effect. You can Virtuous me. What's this effect again? During your opponent's turn, you can switch the location of this card in the main monster zone and the monster in your center monster zone. Okay. I'll still steal this. She's a blue girl. Yo, listen up, here's a story about a blue girl and all her hair is blue. Oh, hey, it's our good buddy Bar on the floor. Old man Jenkins, what in the Sam Hill are you doing here? Disconnecting my phone to prevent it from charging? How nefarious! Here we go, I'm going to break that thing, I am nefarious. That's a deep cut, I'd be surprised if anyone recognizes that. Brother, can you hear me? What'd you think you'd get that back? No, she's banished. She would rather go to the banished zone than hang out with you. They call this deck Mr. Steal Your Girl. Droll? Okay. You banished my only waifu. Now I'm gonna starve. Do we play a round roll? I think doing this first plays the most around roll. Yeah. Do this first. I'll send my own droll. Haha! What have ye to say about this, Mirai? I wonder why they set a card. Oh, so they would have something to switch with in their main monster zone. Okay, so we beat out the Barone. Can I get Unspell? Do I even want Unspell? I don't think I want Unspell. I think we'd rather go for this. Yeah. Hand or gray. Okay. We're gonna go Ibtel. Now let's see, with a lot of these cards, I want to summon in the main monster zone because if I steal them, I can switch, right? I think we go for Bruce on their turn because most likely if they have cards in hand, it's monsters, right? Yeah, we do this here. Yeah, we go for Dandalos. Yeah, of course they had monsters in hand, which is why they had to stop that. Give me your Barone. Super Poly. You got 2 wins. I don't think it could fuse my stuff away, but I guess that makes sense. They're face down. Touché, salesman. I think I attack directly. Level 6 or lower. Okay, so they can't do anything. Yeah, let's go to battle. Attack directly. Cool. Nice dance. And then we'll activate this. We'll make Jowza. Change places! Yeah, if it's one thing I've learned, Chad, it's that why go for the counter trap when you could just steal their extra deck? Oh, I've already used this though, right? Yeah. Yeah, if I could get 2 of them, maybe that would have been worth it. I probably should have gotten the counter trap. Oh, they're playing Ecclesia in this? And a Dogmatica card. Yeah, you know what? I think I'm just gonna go for it. Ah, SP. Yep, we just do this now. It's field or graveyard, so if they use it on Jowza, don't do anything. Oh, but they can use the other effect. I didn't even consider that. Yeah, so all I can make is another Jowza. Which they can then destroy with the thing. Why did that get banished? Yeah, I guess I should have fused as soon as the turn started. Yeah, they can't attack us, but they'll probably get enough negates to deal with whatever we want to do. Yeah, I should have just gotten the counter trap. Then I could have stolen the SP. Don't you not want to put this in the extra monster zone? Crystal Wing. I guess that makes sense. Yeah, you forgot, didn't you? Idiot. I get my Jowza back. Just in time. I think what I do is normal summon Fualos. I have to make Typhon with the highest attack monster. And I have nothing else to make fusion-wise. Yep, they got it. Yeah, I always forget that Typhon has that restriction specifically. Going second, and we've got a Garnet. This is kind of 2 Garnets. The biggest restriction is the no special summon afterwards. Yeah, I feel like that would have been enough to balance Typhon. Is just make sure that's the last thing you can do in the turn. Saying also you can't, you can only use the lowest attack monster. Or the highest attack monster. I guess it's there to stop OTKs. Give Critter some snacks too. There you go. Critter's interesting because he's a visual vampire. He don't have to eat the food, he just has to stare at it long enough and he will absorb its nutrients. Boy, Malice. Kid has redeemed a honk. Sorry, Critter, I know you're eating, but Kid wants you to honk for him. There we go. The time machine, get out of here. I got MTP for my whole family. My fofo, make sure all your kids don't grow. Malice, somehow, Malice returns. You gotta catch these hands. Ah, that's what I should have written. Missed opportunities. Whoa, why the hell do I have so many messages on Blue Sky? We can admit defeat. Oh, we'll see where it goes. We got time. But you got somewhere to be, chat? We got something better you could be doing? I could talk about, did you hear about the Steam machine? The, like, Steam home console, they finally released the price for it. I could be cleaning my room. You could be doing both. You could listen to me and clean your room. Just turn me up loud enough. Cost $1 million. It cost $1,035. I'm not sure it's worth buying the GameCube. Over 1,000 with no controller is diabolical. I think they assume everyone has like a controller. The thing is, right, like you can just plug in any USB controller and it works. Or any online controller. Mari's driving. Well, don't text and drive. 500 gigabytes is 1,000. The 3 terabytes is like 1,300, yeah. I don't know if there's anything we could do. I wasn't really paying attention. I'm just gonna see what happens, you know? Why play around things? Just do stuff, see what happens. Sam Altman must be sent to the Shadow Realm. In perm. Yeah, I think we try to do this. Negate and banish. How rude. I kind of need it to not be banished. I remember when the Switch 2 costing $450 was treated as a death knell. Yeah, just the weirdest thing about it, I guess, at least to me. I remember Charlie was looking at it, Critical, I guess I should say, for those who don't know. But Critical was talking about it, and he's like, the thing is, for that much, you could build a custom PC. You could build a custom PC that has roughly the same stats. Like, if you're interested in having access to the Steam library of, like, millions of cheap games. How many other Malice cards they got? Yeah, I think we do this. But he's like, yeah, if you want access to the millions of other PC games and not have to worry about console exclusivity, you could just get a PC and hook it up to your TV. You could just build a custom PC. And it's like, I think you're misunderstanding the kind of people who buy consoles. Like, they buy them because they don't know anything about PCs. They wouldn't know how to build a custom PC even if they wanted to. I did not build my PC. Yeah, so being like, well, they would just build a PC. Like, I don't think that's going to be a price point. It's just going to be there. Is there enough people who have $1,000 and are like, yeah, I would rather just have that whole, this is just like a non-targeting negate, right? Or banish. Yeah. Okay. And the thing is, right, people, I hear a lot of, well, why wouldn't you just get like a PS3 or a PS5, whatever the newest one is, or the new Xbox. Although I think the new Xbox is like terrible. They're like, just get a PS5. It's like, yeah, but the PS5 is kind of limited in what it has, right? GameCube or rent. Decisions. Yeah, the question is going to be how many people have that kind of money, though. It's like this weird intersection of people, people who have enough money to buy the Steam Deck, or the Steam Box, whatever it's called, the Steam Machine, who also would appreciate having access to Steam, like people who know what Steam is, but don't have a PC, but have enough money for a Steam Deck. And also aren't like graphic snobs. Because I think that's the only other group of people who are like, oh, I would rather have a console than a PC, is people who are just like, they see a game like Hollow Knight and they're like, that doesn't even have cell shading. It's not even realistic. How you can play a game that don't have people in it? How you can play a game that don't have the best graphics? If you can't tell, I hate those people. Those people are the stupidest, like... You know, art is about taste. It's entirely subjective, but if all you care about is realistic graphics, then you're like the stupidest motherfucker who ever lived. I'm sorry. I've got, unfortunately, one of my friend's dads, he loves to game, but he's like the biggest graphics snob on the planet. And I'm like, I just don't get how you could be that old and be that stupid. He's like the same guy where he's like, yeah, the new Lion King is way better than the old one because the old one is just drawings and this one is real lions. I'm just gonna be a console pleb, an Xbox pleb specifically. I mean, that's perfectly fine. But that one wasn't even real lions either. People don't know, they're like... And the weirdest thing, right, is like, because I can remember this. I can remember this going all the way back when I was a kid, because it was like, people were looking at, they're like, yeah, these movies are good, but if you, like, really stare at them, you can kind of tell that, like, the monster is just a guy in a costume, or the monster is just, like, what's it called? Like a frame-by-frame animated, or it's just a model or something like that. And they'd be like, now these 3D graphics, those are the newest thing. And like, yeah, at the time, they looked fancier, but like, you could objectively look back at the graphics from that time and be like, yeah, they were awful. If your taste is something that is constantly, you know, only impressed by whatever the newest thing you see, and you can't have an appreciation for like, what's it called, like art design? Stop motion, yeah, thank you. Part of the reason that, yeah, graphics snobbery is part of the reason AAA game development is a bad place. Remaking their first episode with modern visuals, yeah. There's a lot of, one of the most frustrating things I think that I've seen throughout my entire life is a series. I've seen this with so many goddamn things where people will be like, yeah, you know, we recognize that graphical fidelity, like chasing ever higher graphical fidelity is something we can't win. And we realize that having like pristine graphics doesn't make a good game. But the fact of the matter is, people are stupid and they want the shiny toy. And there's always this thing of shrugging and being like, that's just how people are. And I think what we need to do is stop just allowing people to be stupid. Stop allowing people, like, if someone is stupid, instead of being like, well, we have to pander to them, I think we should be looking at, like, how can we make them less stupid? How can we educate people about this? We have billion-dollar marketing budgets. Instead of wasting time on stuff that we know isn't good in order to market that bad stuff, what if we marketed how actually the quality thing is high quality? Or the other example I remember, and I think this was like an extra credits video, which is extra weird considering it was like early on in their time. But they were talking about, what was it? It was like the JCPenney effect, where they were like, JCPenney got which if you don't know, JCPenney was an old retailer that sold clothes, and they were kind of on the back foot. They weren't doing too well. And so they got a new CEO, and he's like, you know what? I think it's time we stopped lying to people. And they started this campaign where they were like, hey, other companies, what they do is they have like one store where everything is way more expensive, located in the middle of nowhere, and then at every other store their prices are a little cheaper so that they can say that what they have is on sale. It's on sale compared to that one store. It's a legal loophole that is there to trick you into buying stuff that is way overpriced while making you think that it's on sale. We're not doing that. We're not going to have sales. Instead, when you come into JCPenney, what you will get is the actual market value of this thing. We have made it as cheap as we are allowing it to make it, and it'll always remain that price because we think it's important not to manipulate you. And their entire company proceeded to plummet into the ground within like 3 months. They like absolutely tanked. It did not have any effect. Despite their campaign, they still got people complaining that they never had sales anymore, that everything was too expensive, that they couldn't get a good deal, even though their prices were lower than a lot of other competitors. They'd be like, here's a purse, it's $20. And another store would be like, here's a the same purse, it's $30 on sale. And people would be like, a sale? Well, I can't turn that down. Can I lend you a Hecahand? You could try. And the takeaway that a lot of people had from it was that, like, being honest just doesn't work. You have to have these sales, you have to be nefarious, you have to go in and, like, you know, you can't say something is $20, you have to say it's $19.95, because then people will see 19 and think it's $1 cheaper, even though it's only 1 cent cheaper. And to me, I just couldn't help, like, this was like 10 years ago, and I'm sitting there like, I never heard about this campaign. If I had heard about this campaign, I'd be shopping at JCPenney. I don't think the problem was just human brains aren't wired to think critically. We absolutely can think critically. It's like one of the best things that we can do. And I think your average person, like, they're average. Your average person is smarter than a lot of people want to give them credit for. I think people can understand it. It's just about marketing. It's just about education. If you can really, and here's how you do it, right? As mean as this is, the way you do this marketing wise is you don't go in and say like, we're going to be honest, we're going to be nice. I mean, that will help some people. You go in and you say, hey, everyone else is screwing you over. You make a big deal about like, hey, here's exactly what they're doing. When you see something that's $19.99, they're trying to trick you. We don't do that. We're putting it at 20. But all these other places, you name names, you make fun of them, you start beef. Start beef with the underhanded practices that other people are doing. That's how you get people's attention. That's how you get people to care. Don't make them feel like you respect them. Make them aware that everyone else thinks they're a dumb piece of shit and is laughing at them. A person is smart. People are dumb, panicky animals. Well, that's the thing, is like, I don't think we are. I mean, that was the whole... It's funny because that comes from like the Dark Knight, right? You know, that was the Joker's whole thing. But the Joker was wrong. The people on the boats didn't blow each other up. Despite being a big group of scared people, everyone was rational at the end. The thing about the Dark Knight is that the Joker didn't prove that people in general were evil. The proper lesson from that was, if anything, Alfred's quote, some men just want to watch the world burn. And they can't understand why other men wouldn't. The quote was from, was that from Men in Black? I thought they had something very similar in The Dark Knight. The bell curve. The bell curve isn't even true. Unless you're talking about the book, and then the book is true, but the book is making fun of bell curves. You drink water, I drink anarchy. They said something similar. We voted in Trump twice. I think the Joker was right. We aren't rational actors. We aren't a rational society now. We could be. We could be with the right leadership, with the right motivation to keep going. I believe that humanity can be great. I think we've set up systems that prevent us from doing so. You know, when I look at, like, you know, the bad political decisions that have been made, I don't see people are inherently stupid, people are inherently evil. I see education being gutted. I see an organized campaign of very wealthy people buying up news outlets and trying to downplay the impact of science. You know, going on TV over and over again and being like, you know, well, this person says that the Earth is flat, and this person says the Earth is round. In the object of fairness, we need to let both of them say their side. And you can decide, acting as if those two things are equal. And I always use that example because I think 99% of people will be like, yeah, we don't need to have a flat earther go on stage in front of the public and spread a bunch of conspiracies that we know for a fact after like thousands of years are just like objectively provably wrong. And like the same thing is true of climate change. The same thing is true of vaccines. There's a whole bunch of stuff that people like to pretend are complicated issues and like were resolved 100 years ago. And the only reason people think they aren't resolved is because, you know, oil barons making a lot of money, big pharma making a lot of money. "500 years ago, people said the Earth was flat, where the ones that they were calling the Earth round were lunatics." You would have to go back to like ancient Greece before you found people who didn't think the Earth was flat. My free speech. Galileo almost got burned for it. Not for saying the Earth was round, for saying the Earth was the center of the universe. That's different. People aren't silly. Greece isn't real. Wasn't that Copernicus? Maybe it was. I always forget Copernicus and Galileo. No, let's learn while our opponent is comboing and we have no hand traps. Okay, so Copernicus was the heliocentric model. Inventor of military compasses, improved telescope. Oh, he championed Copernican heliocentrism. Okay, so they both thought that they both thought the same thing. Copernicus came up with it first. Galileo was like, yeah, he's totally right. That makes sense why I got them confused. It's like because they were both called heretics for the same reason. I'm trying to look, there's an interesting conversation going on. They thought the Earth was the center. Oh, yeah. Because they didn't think the Earth was the center of the universe. It was one of those things where Platypuses don't have stomachs. Neat. I don't know the exact reason why. It's one of those weird biblical things that, like, at the time, I think a lot of people just took for granted as like, yeah, the Bible says that the earth is the center of the universe. Why wouldn't it be? God made us, he would put us in the center, and they probably used something to, like, explain why that was. And so they're like, if you say the earth isn't in the center, you're a heretic. The Bible says that. I don't think it directly says it, or it might, like, imply it somewhere. That's the thing, is, like, the more you look into, like, different religions, and especially, like, different sects of, religion. Wow, they said a whole bunch. The more you realize it's like, oh yeah, this group splintered off and formed its own church that had a violent rivalry against this other church. Why? They disagreed about what one word and one phrase meant. Let's try this first. Illusion Gate might save us. It might. We have to bait out the Hope Harbinger first. Yeah, I might as well, right? Ash Blossom. All right. Hold up. The problem is they probably searched the trap too, right? Do they have the trap? I wasn't paying attention. They did not. All right. Let's see what you think of this illusion. Dominus Impulse. Womp, 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 womp. Yep, let's do this. Yeah. I'll discard this. I think we're just gonna go all in, chat, and hope they don't read. Let's go. It's Xeno or nothing. Oh, they did have that. I might still be able to get to it. It doesn't use hand. This doesn't do anything, does it? Yeah, it does. Potentially, I mean, they still got like a million cards. So what we want to add from our deck to our hand is Gygus. Then we trigger the Gygus. They fucked up not summoning Futsu. I don't think it matters. Sure. Bug. Yeah. Like, oh, they could have had 2 more effects of Futsu. Wait, they already used the... No, they can just bring it back with this effect. Yep. Oh, we finally get to go first. It feels like it's been forever.
Yes.
Ah, I see. Yeah, I think it's time to be a little silly, chat. Let's be a little silly. Let's take a look at each other's hands, shall we? Ah, I'll be taking your Ash Blossom if you don't mind. Yeah, you can have Godos, sure. You want to summon Godos? Godos will be triggered because I added a card to my hand. Oh, buddy. You fell for my sneaky little trick. You activated a monster during my turn. You buffoon! You absolute schmeckledorf! And because I know you have another hand trap in hand, let's just go ahead and tuck that away, shall we? Thank you. Now I can combo without worry. We're gonna Nightmare Apprentice. Yeah, you can steal the Nightmare Apprentice out of my graveyard if you want. Go ahead, it's a yellow button. I know you want to click it. Well, the unfortunate thing is if we whiff here, we might still be dead. Okay. Activate. We just gotta hope we don't whiff on the Godos. Or the Gygus. They've got Godos. They play mostly monsters. Yeah, mostly. Ah, another Ash. Yeah, I think we take this. And then we make this. Oh wait, no, we do we do it like this. What haven't we done yet? It's... I think we do just go for, like, the double. Yeah, they've got a monster and a spell trap, so we just get both and then we win, especially with the Ash. Okay, so we do this. We send you to the grave. We add Yaddle. We set a counter trap. So that stops the Martha. And this stops the spell trap. Yeah, it's 2 of the continuous spell in Martha. So unless they've got a 3rd starter. Yeah, they can't Martha with something on their field. Been caught stealing once when I was 5. Hey, go ahead, buddy. You can have fun pretending like you're playing Hecahands. Now, if they have a rank 7, we might be in for a spot of bother. They can't use the spell a second time if we negate the activation. Good to know. Ah, taking a peek, are we? Go ahead, Johnny. You can have my Droll or my Foolos. I appreciate you shuffling the top because I did not want to draw either of those. Foolos. It is a level 4. So now they can normal summon the Martha or whatever and make a rank 4. Yeah, we just negate that. I'd prefer if you didn't. Do I want to steal it? No, I'd rather just have them have stuff in the graveyard. That'll only clog up things. Oh hey, an Aratama. Yeah, I think we negate that with Ash Blossom. There you go. I do like that, it's like, just toss it into their graveyard. Was that the normal? It was. Discard to their grave, I'm crying. I don't want to play with this anymore. Drop. I guess it's, you know, I'd almost say it's a pity this deck isn't very good, but it's probably for the best that it's not Because this would be really annoying if it was good. McAllis. No, no, no. I'll be taking that. I have Zeus. I could do something with that eventually. Give it back. Yeah. Unfortunately, you're both illusions, so you can't you can't destroy the cards and then hopefully do Martha. I gave you cards you couldn't destroy by battle. Sorry. Reading, not even once. Duel 117 versus Exo Sister. Okay, I'm getting pretty hungry, chat. What am I having for dinner? You decide. What eat? Toasted ravioli, as per usual, or Eggo waffle. Or I think I might have enough for cereal. I guess I could do I have enough? No, I wouldn't be able to make a grilled cheese because I have to run back and forth. Yeah, it's just toasted ravioli or Eggo waffle. T-Ravs or waffs? Donuts. I don't have any donuts. Wagyu steak. Wagyu steak doesn't even look good. I like a lean steak that doesn't have a lot of fat on it. Well done, please. Okay, good. Hungry burger. No, I didn't get burgers this week. I alternate. Every other week I get burgers and turkey. I do have some chicken that I can make into chicken strips, but that would take like an hour. We won that coin toss. We did. And then we fell into the void. You know what this reminds me of, chat? Oh. Whoa. That counted as a loss! Why did that count as a loss? Son of a bitch. 62. Today I had a hamburger from Wendy's. It was so good. That would have been so great. Your internet got a lag spike, did it? Did y'all experience lag? Did the stream lag? Yu-Gi-Oh? Yu-Gi-Oh. So we got a Luigi board. We'll try this. Ah, I see your move, and I wager Ash Blossom. Response? Curious. Is this fucking Malice? What do I imperm on Malice, chat? Is there anything? Splash Mage. The poll is tied, which means we run the poll again. T-Ravs, Wafts. Eat them both. I can't. I need to spread things out. Silver Star would like a honk, Critter. Thank you. Put ravioli on waffle. I can't. I don't have enough food. I won't be able to survive. Unless you want to give me extra food to like buy like pizza or something. Binder. I barely even know her. We can use food for currency. I can use currency for food. Can I give you food to buy ingredients to make you make a pizza? No, I need something that I can eat on stream. That's why I get raviolis and like store-bought frozen waffles, chat. They know. Just draw more cards. Whoever invented this deck was a moron. An idiot of the highest proportions. Okay, Waffles has won. I held it. I think Joe wanted the ravioli. He doesn't sound happy about the waffles. It's not the waffles I'm unhappy about. I'm not sure if you've seen what's been happening on my screen. I have used 3 cards to stop them, and they are still way, way up in card advantage. I'm just sitting here, trying to find myself. I try to rewind myself I haven't drawn enough cards. Let me draw more cards. How does Malice work? Don't bother. Don't bother learning. The deck is not good and does not see play and is one of the most hated archetypes in the creation of Yu-Gi-Oh's history. They just combo. They combo forever and they have a bunch of cards that let them draw cards. So they thin out their deck and they draw a bunch of cards and then they end on like 3 disruptions and then 5 hand traps. They got a bunch of non-targeting banishes. Heart Scriptor. What are the chances? You can figure it out. Use the hypergeometric calculator. Crazy, because we've seen it twice this stream, yeah. Huh? Oh yeah. Win rate at time of appearance, 80%. The 23 card. Summon as many cards with 23 attack from your graveyard as possible. Then you can tribute one of them to Omni-Negate. Start of the turn, draw a card. Hello, it's me, Spirit Sculpture. I'm here to sculpt your spirits. Check this out. Ash Blossom. Fork it over, fork it over. Or put it on my field, I don't care. They Ash Blossomed. They're like, you want to see an Ash Blossom? Sure thing, buddy. Thing is, they probably have a negate, like, if I do this, they negate this, and then they still have a negate in the back row. If I draw 2 cards, maybe they let it go through, and I can do something with 2 cards? Probably not. Yeah, and then I think this is just like a negate, right? Oh, they're reading this for the first time. We know what it is. You might. I wasn't paying attention. Don't say we. Do spicy marines. Do I like cheese? Do spicy cheese. Everything's going with cheesy, and then you get to what you do. I was thinking about dinner. Yep, okay. I'm gonna go get that started, chat. So we're gonna take another short break. I said I was gonna show you something. What was it? Oh, it was Fear and Delight. Yeah. There we go. Another funny music video. I will be back in a few minutes. This shouldn't take that long. But I'll go ahead and play 3 minutes full of ads. We'll get 3 minutes of ads, and then we'll be back. I'll have waffles, and we'll play a few more duels before the end of the night. Okay, for everyone else, here you go. Just the correspondence. I only know 2 songs by him, but I really like those songs. Cut! We got it! It should be called Perspective. Well, the thing is, they come up with the music first, and then they make music videos about it. But yeah, they're not like my favorite band. I'm not even sure I'd put them in like my top 20. But like, I do listen to their songs without the music videos. I do think they have good music, but they're not like, it's not amazing music. Honestly, if it weren't for me watching the music videos 3 times, I probably wouldn't get it stuck in my head. But I mean, that's the thing that like a lot of, not only music nerds, but like people in general don't want to admit, you know, is that your taste is just kind of like, it's determined by what you're exposed to. Whatever music you listen to growing up, you're probably gonna like it unless you hated growing up. If you hear something on the radio enough times, you'll either grow to like it or grow to hate it, one way or enough. It's like pop rock, yeah. Okay, we're about at our time, but let's do a few more. Let's see if we can get 1 or 2 more duels. Same thing goes for movies, yeah. Unless you're like one of those people that does just like go out and see like dozens of movies every year. Your stream is working? Reddit is blowing up with Twitch being down? Huh. I guess the gods of Twitch really want to see me play the game, I suppose. I'd say let me know if Twitch goes down, but I mean, how would you? Oh, I guess if you're on the Patreon, you could send me a Discord, which, by the way, if this duel happens to be on the episode and you would like to join the Patreon, there's a link down in the description. Patreon.com/Hardleg Gaming. You can support the channel for as little as $2 a month. I would really appreciate it. And if you do, you can get on the Discord. We're playing against last month's deck. And we are apparently cooked, which I mean, yeah, kinda. We don't got a lot going on. D5, I assume this is the first stream. Shut up. RB! Huh? Why would you make Camellia? With this alone, you could have made, your one thing. This just plays into everything. The only fortunate thing about this is I think, I guess it depends on what they end on, but Triple Tactics talent might just, like, cook their lunch. I'm curious, why would they spend a pile bunker and a 1-card starter to go through the Sky Striker engine? Doesn't this just get them to the same thing as before? They don't get any extra advantage off of this, do they? Maybe they're just bad. Maybe. I guess so. In general, it's usually not the best players who make their name something like You're Cooked. It's usually like a kid. I don't think I've ever seen that Sky Striker. It's useful in this. Sky Strikers do play it. And they're using Stage Landing to get a Valkan. Why? Who knows? They want to keep this here. Oh. I guess this is kind of a negate. Because Val can. Water Enchantress. They're playing an adventure engine. The funny thing is this, with our hand, this might beat us. But it's like, you know what else would beat us? If you just did the RB line and made all the monsters that way. Fuck, they do get to take a peek. Why adventure when you have the Striker engine? The thing is, they're adding stuff back to their hand that they can't summon. Might have Lemon's Gate, maybe? Huh. Oh, okay, this gets the monster. Why adventure? Because I guess they're worried about hand traps this late in the game. I don't know, if you had that, why wouldn't you activate it? There's a lot of questions. The question is, what will they put on my field? The thing is, too, they're also blocking off an awful lot of their zones. Like, now they can only have, at most, 2 cards underneath the Brute Blues, unless they have something to link off, but I think they're already locked into machine links that are 1500 or less. The dish is burned. Yeah, they went into cook. You can check the eye icon. Yeah, you cannot special summon, except machines with 1500 or less. I guess that's why they call him the Blues. So let's see, I normal this, they blow it up, I triple tack, I try to steal this, they negate it with the Wandering Griffin, I fusion summon, they steal with the thing. They can't steal with the thing because they're going for this. I guess the counter trap? No, they're getting that one. Plus they set a card. Maybe they already have the counter trap. Foolos just in... Well, I guess it is kind of just in time. Yeah, unfortunately, I think they just do it here. Oh, why, thank you. Oh yeah, I should have done the other thing. It doesn't matter. Yeah, let's try to draw because maybe they might let that go through. No. Then we activate this. Wandering Griffin Rider. Oh, that destroys? $2,000 or more attack activates its effect. Yeah, I got one more trick. No, I don't have 3. Controls with 2K or more? Yeah. I would control this if I summoned it and it would have 2K. Yeah, unfortunately we're just outpaced by last month's deck to such an extreme degree. Fallen in the Virtuous. Yep, and I got rid of the Mankey Bell. Yeah, just like the worst RB deck I've ever seen in my life. Played terribly. But they managed to get too many things on board. Canine RB Adventure. Am I going first or second? I'm going second. Maybe they won't have a Radiant Typhoon or a Quick Play, chat. Okay, so we know we droll it. Zero! Haha, what if you couldn't? Of course they have the cold buy. Why wouldn't they? Must be nice. Must be nice. And then we pretend we don't have it. They're like, okay, there was no pause, so I'll get the thing I don't need now, and then I'll save the important thing for the second activation, and that's when we ash it. That's the extent of, you know, my clever plays. Ray. Kagari. Huh? Getting back the Widow Anchor. They can't link away the link too. Hilarious. Did you fuck up Mega Style? Cannot be used as link material. So all of your Sky Strikers are useless then. They just summoning anything they can to be like, why can't I get rid of this? No, keep going. Yeah, that Widow Anchor? I don't think you can Widow Anchor. Are you gonna return your own cards in the main monster zone to the hand? Yeah, I guess that'll do it. Yeah, it's for every 3 shuffled, not for every 2. Diamond 5, Diamond 5. Oh, I'm feeling so alive. Unfortunately, this is almost useless. I think what I want to do. Which one do I want to discard? Yeah, I think we try this first. Ash just cooks the Link too, yeah. Did they turn off all their spell cards? I mean, they might have a Fallen in the Virtuous or something. You got an Ash? Listen up, Ashhole. Could be a second Lemon's Gate. True. Now, granted, the chances that I get anything off of this are like almost nothing. Well, let's see. Maybe we'll get lucky. If nothing else, we'll add something to the whiff counter. Which we barely whiffed over like 100 duels. Less than a 10% whiff rate. Granted, maybe that's kind of high considering we don't get this in like every deck. Ah, I see! The Forbidden Droplet. Yep. Okay. Yeah, I have this, so I think I need to... Yeah, we special summon this. Sending off the Yaddle. A Nightmare. Because I'm pretty sure all this is a, Widow Anchor. I'm pretty sure they just widow in their anchor out here. And this takes specifically 2 Hecahands and 3 Hecahands, right? Ash Blossom. That I wasn't expecting. That is unfortunate. Tartaros dodge. Unfortunately, I can't dodge. What I can do... I would have 2, 3... Make Baron? How? Oh. If I normal summon this, then they just blow it up with Ray. And if that's a Widow, we have no way to stop it. Yeah, I think we make with these two. Can't we bounce? Yeah, and then that would do nothing. We need this to actually fusion summon. Is this only during... No, this is at any time. Okay, we'll try this. We will ash that. Then we make Jowza. Let's get a searchy do. You want to negate it? No, they don't. Do we just get the spell trap negate? Yeah, I think we do. Yeah, SP specifically so that if they Widow Anchor... This is the oh, I grabbed the monster negate! I'm a fool! A buffoon! You can stop the ray effect. Yeah, if they get the ray on the field. Or any extra deck monster. Wait, I thought they had a ray in the graveyard. What happened to... Oh, they shuffled it back with Lemon's Gate. Sure. Battle phase? Oh, its effects are negated. I was like, wait. They won't be able to do anything. Damn. I fucked up. Imagine a world where I actually set the right trap. Then I could negate the Widow Anchor, then I steal it. Then if they do anything, I can do the SP. And then I have the Widow Anchor of my own to negate their effects. Oh yeah, they sent back the other one. Yeah, but I just have no... I mean, I guess we take those. Palu? Polly. Yeah, that's only good going second. Alright, we've drawn Fualos, going second for the first time tonight. Oh wait, no, it's not for the first time. It's just we've drawn it without Droll for the first time. That ain't Exo Sister. The fuck? They're trying to trick me! Yeah, I think I need to do this in case they make rock. Rock of the Vanquisher. Boogie woogie woogie. Oh, they giving it to me. That's a pretty good one. Surprise, motherfucker. The bug is here. What you munching on? Cheese balls. They're delicious. Skillful drawing, sir. Thank you. I learned from the best. Spherical cheese! Spherical cheese. Oh, they going hard. I guess I will have to put some stuff back if I keep drawing hands at this magnitude. Also, full house, Balatro. We have drawn our way into a Balatro-ass hand. I just gotta hope they don't shuffle down to like 1, and then I have to put back stuff randomly, and it's like these two. Ah, un fortunato. Mankey Bell is pretty good. You got a maxi for me as well. Okay. We're gonna set. We're gonna activate. We're gonna send. We're gonna get. Do we get Bruce here? Yeah, I think we can try something a little cheeky. Set a card. Droll and lock. That is unfortunate, but it does open up the triple tack. What do they need for this again? It's a Dark Earth and Fire. So if they only have one, we can turn it off completely. Yeah, unfortunately, the Bruce is now just like dead in hand, pretty much. Oh wait, no, it's not. Yeah. Let's take a peek, shall we? If they only got like one fire or one earth. Got a fire, an earth. They got 2 earths. They've only got 1 dark. So they can't activate either of these without a dark, and they can't activate that without a dark. So I think we take the Borger. Yeah. They can make Ripper too. Yeah, we get rid of the dark. Now your cards is not doing so good. You're not looking so hot. You gonna cry? Looking like this? Caesar Borgia. Time to have some fun, chat. Let's see if we... Oh, they can return it to their hand. Oh, wait, no. Yeah, they returned it dark. Maybe they'll do it. This, and this, and this. You got any removal that don't destroy? Don't let me down, Bruce. Don't let me down. Oh, buddy. Buddy, you about to run into some bad times. You could have a bad dream. Let's go ahead and do this too, just to get something out of their hand, out of their extra deck. QB. Any card sent from the field to the graveyard is banished instead. No, I don't want to do that. I do want to take their Black Rose. Cool summon animation. Oh, he blew up everything. Activate Xeno! Yeah, he has a floating effect. You about to have a lot of trouble in this bubble. Give it. Hand it over. Unaffected. Oh, he's unaffected. Fuck. Fuck, shit, fuck. I thought it was just untargetable. He could be unaffected. I'll take this. I'll try to take this. What do I have? A light and a light. Okay. Okay. We activate this. Let's get Gygus. Gygus effect. Give me something else. Ooh, a summon, you say? Yeah, we're under Droll, so we might as well... If only we made an 8. Why can I... Oh, I can zombie vampire. The Vanquish would be destroyed. Keep gambling. See if you'll win. Just gamble. You will win. Yeah, they can stop. They can stop the Barone. It's unaffected anyway. Yep, we're just gonna have to gamble, chat. Let's go gambling! Here, you can have this back. Special summon. Have I used this effect yet? I have not. Oh, I could also... Yeah, that don't get me anything. If I take their Caesar... Oh, not their Caesar. If I take their Ash, then I can make Barone, but then I turn off both of my hand traps is the problem. Can you just punch it? Yeah. Ah, fuck. Do I have any other way to get... Have I used my normal summon yet? I haven't. Okay. Normal summon. Okay, here's what we're doing, chat. Blow up the field spell. Then... Battle, do we get rid of it? No. Set this. Normal summon. That's 3 negates. Granted, they have a 5-card hand and another guy on the field. Barone wants you to tag out. I refuse. Yeah, we'll destroy that. It's bait, don't. They use their normal summon. It's that easy, chat! It's that easy, I say. Looking at the win-loss ratio and realizing we're way below 100. They no longer have a dark in hand. They could have summoned, but if they activated it, I would have stolen it out of their hand with the counter trap. Yeah, just draw Maxi off of Fua and hope your opponent destroys your Xeno without looking. I mean, it didn't even steal a whole bunch, but at least we got to use the effect once, right? We got the effect once. That's what matters. $122 versus VSK9. They had Shen Shen in the graveyard. Well, you gotta play dark monsters. So DD Crow, of course. The canines don't give you enough good darks. Hop-eared Squadron. They were hopping to it. Four synchros. Hey, When those synchros work, it'll be funny. Yeah, that's probably going to be the last duel that'll be on the episode, unless we get something really good. But we'll try a couple more. Ah, it's funny, chat, this time. That's funny, chat, this time. Our opponent is Cad Bane. Not to be confused with Bad Kane, who is a different character. Cad Bane is actually one of those lesser-known, what's it called? Lesser-known, like, Star Wars characters. Exchange. Do I dare exchange and perhaps give them the droll? I think I use this first. Use this first, get the thing. Like Glub Shido, exactly. Okay, they don't appear to have anything. Let's get this. Oh, here's what we'll do. It's unfortunate because I kind of wanted exchange, but also... like, I kind of need everything in my hand. I guess we just wait until the end and then steal whatever they have left. Let's go for this. Let's see what they got, shall we? Oh, they actually play in mutants. Holy fuck. Oh, this is a tuner. Let's have an effect in the graveyard. This is summoned. You can banish a card from your hand. Special summon a psychic. You cannot summon from the extra deck. Yeah, I'll just take this. I will not use the effect. I'm not that dumb. I don't know why I keep putting this in attack mode. Let's go for... we just get the counter trap. Yeah, they seem like a big monster effect deck. Although if we do this... damn, we're just not going to be able to exchange, are we? Yeah, unfortunately. Our hand was just too good for once. Well... actually, what if we just use Jowza? We don't need to end on Jowza. We can end on Xeno. Let's take a peek. Special summon? This card is summoned. You can target a thing, increase it. Each time your opponent activates a card or effect, it gains 300 life points. During your opponent's turn, pay 1,500, tribute this card, destroy all monsters, destroy... yeah, I'll take Zushin. He seems neat. Then I will set this. And we'll exchange. Ah. I'll take your Kashtira Unicorn. You can have Yaddle if you want. Good luck! They got an ass hand. Oh, they got a good ass hand. Okay. I wonder which one is my card, chat. Can they play if I just do this? That's fine, we'll just do this. Yes, they have many things. Okay. Oh? What do these do? I can only summon this one. Banish a mutant of the same kind. If it's destroyed, you can only use each effect. Okay. It's just a big dude. Kind of turns off their boss monster, I think. Banish a card. Well, I guess they had a good card to banish then. Life points. You can add a mutant spell trap. Wait, I can use this? From your hand, graveyard, or field of the same type, negate the activation. If you do, banish it. Oh. Oh, I see. Yeah, you know what? Why not? I'll banish myself. There you go. A mutant for a mutant. They can be together in the banished realm. But it came back. He didn't want to be banished. He didn't want to go. It did already use its effect though, so... The banished realm is where the goatees live, yeah. Zap. Silent Psychic Mage. Yeah, that's fine. I'm curious to see where this is going. And I like gaining life points. Aw, Ultimate Psychic Blaster. So I started blasting. Battle phase. Oh. I mean, I guess. Fusion Summon! Teleport Fusion. Ultimate Axon Kicker. Can't be destroyed by card effects. RIP. I can still negate it though. I just can't steal it. We're, evenly matched. Hello, Foolos. Let's see if something else in your extra deck can help me. Once per turn, you can target one special summoned monster. Sure. That sounds neat. Hey, you mind stepping aside real quick? I need to attack directly. Diabolical. This deck is so silly in my head. The unfortunate thing, I don't have any other way to like get more stuff or anything. I'm just kind of like stuck with this with this unicorn. Xeno is getting so much battle. It's great. How long does it stay banished? return them into the next standby phase. It is a quick effect. Oh, my next standby phase. Yeah, I'll go ahead and just do this again. Just let me steal! Ooh. When your opponent would special summon a monster, negate the summon. This card is unaffected. Yeah, I'll take Ultimate Axon Kicker Oracle. These are some neat boss monsters. I like your deck. A shame it's mine now. And I got 8 cards left in the extra deck. I've stolen 4 of them. Unfortunately, well, yeah, it only stops built-in summons. Okay, they fusion in. Oh, hey, I almost took that thing. Target 1 card on the field and destroy it. Brother! Mistakes have been made! And I'll get this back too. Why would you destroy me? If you destroy me, you shall only make me more powerful than you could ever imagine. Oh, it can be unaffected. That's twice that's happened now. It's weird that it happened twice. I mean, I'll still try to take everything. My mutant. Unfortunately, I don't have any way to recycle this. Although, if I do draw into... what's his name? The guy that summons stuff from the graveyard, I can just get it back by using Mankey Bell. Ah, nice psychic fusions. I consider myself a bit of a psychic fusion expert. Have you seen Axon Oracle Kicker? It's pretty powerful. Funny. Oh, hi. I get back the synchro? I do. Did they get back their creature? First be fusion summoned, yeah. They can return it. That's funny. Unfortunately, I do need to do this. I just need to keep you locked in Immortal Kombat. Attack for before ban. Oh yeah, I should have. Uh-oh. I might lose this after all. He bigger than me. Fuck, do I normal some? No, that can't be it. I do think I set this just so I don't die. fuck. Do they have any mutant fusions left? Oh, fuck. They could just bring that back. I might be dead. Yeah, I'm just dead. Fuck. We tried so far and we got so silly. But in the end, we just drew a bunch of bricks and stuff. We only stole 25% of their extra deck. Losing to a solo gate deck? Yeah. I mean, maybe I could have just done... Again, I could have done it better by just setting counter traps, probably. I don't know, they seem to have quite a bit of gas there. Maybe the play was to make zombie vampire. Maybe. Yeah, and then we could have gotten Xeno back, but then, like, what do we steal from the rest of them with Xeno? Yeah, I guess I should have let them keep that and got rid of the other one. Although it could just beat over me is the problem. Oh, they did have other mutants. They had 2 copies of each. If only I'd gotten Pep. Did you climb to D1 and then fall? Yeah, don't rub it in. Yeah, I think that's probably a good way. You know, what a great way to cap it off. We had a really good duel, and then a duel where we almost did the same thing, but a deck from like a year and a half ago mixed with a solo mode deck managed to beat us. There's just too much of a random element. Wait, I'm not doing that. It's not done yet. Too random. No real solid 1-card starters. Everything is a level 6. You can't destroy anything by battle. No recovery, really. Yeah, there's just so much. It's like, what was it? It's one of those things too where it's like there's so many points in this deck where it's like I don't think you would make it even like meta, but it's almost inconsistent the way you do it. Where it's like, okay, they've got this kind of weird mechanic of they can shuffle themselves into the deck in order to summon one out of the deck. Cool. That makes sense, and at least it doesn't do it as cost. So it would make sense if their fusion card, their archetypal fusion, shuffled the cards into the deck, right? Because that's what the other cards do? But no, it banishes. It's like, oh, do any other cards in the archetype banish? No. I guess Godos, when it steals something from the graveyard, if that card then leaves the field, it's banished. But the entire archetype, like, nothing else banishes. There's no synergy for being banished. There's no way to recover stuff from banish. They designed this as if it were an absolutely broken card that, like, this is your last resort. You need to do this. Instead of, like, the only real way you have to make Xeno most of the time. It was a more competent deck, and then one gremlin went and messed it all up. Yeah, it's like, Godos can summon as a quick effect, but these can't. Like, Godos, like, you could have made them all quick effects. I don't think it would make things that bad. Like, maybe you don't want to make Bruce a quick effect, except there's already a whole bunch of shit in the meta that's like, oh, when your opponent does a thing, you get to look at their hand. This doesn't even look, it's random. You get to pick a random card after they search and maybe steal it. This is the only one that I could be like, okay, if that wasn't a quick effect, I'd understand. Why isn't Gygus a quick effect? Gygus would be so much better if it was just a quick effect. Because then, like one of the problems you have, right, is that you summon it, and then you activate it, and then if they have Imperm or Valor, you're just left on a 2800 defender. Like, I think this is a really neat effect, being able to steal out of the deck. It has the potential to mess them up every once in a while if you steal a Garnet. On Master Duel, you can make Barone if you steal, like, an Ash Blossom. That's kind of neat. But, like, if you could activate this on your opponent's turn, it wouldn't really make the deck that much better. If you could activate it as a quick effect, it would make them more resilient to hand traps in some ways. But, like, you would still have, like, Gygus, steal a monster, like... No, you'd still be susceptible to Imperm. Because you just use it and then they would Imperm. So it doesn't really make a difference. Or even if you could, like, somehow, like, it's a spell speed 4 effect or whatever, then you make a Jowza and they just Imperm the Jowza. It's neat that you can make Jowzas with your opponent's cards, but it doesn't, like, it's just another searcher. I'm glad, like, the extra deck monsters, I feel like they needed to do a little bit more. I don't know what it is, but just, like, something. Let me steal a card out of the graveyard. Let me, like, I don't know, you know, even if this just said, negate an effect that targets it. That would be enough. At least it would have some protection. Like, it feels like they balance these around the fact that they're like, oh, well, you know, they're hard to get rid of. They're all sticky because they can't be destroyed by battle. And it's like, I guess a little bit, but battle protection is already the weakest of the protection because there's 5 other ways of removal. You can negate their effects, you could bounce, you could banish, you could destroy. Like, they're weak to all that. And any advantage they have gained from that is lost because they can't win in a battle. You cannot use battle to clear your opponent's board, which is something that, like, so many people forget about. Like, you know, they're like, oh, battle isn't important in Yu-Gi-Oh! But oftentimes, it can be the difference between, like, clearing a board and your opponent still having a foothold. And nothing makes that clearer than trying to play this and, like, going to battle and realizing, oh, those 3 defensive chunkers that they put on their field, you can't even get rid of them. So next turn, they can really, really easily make an IP or an SP or a WP. The fusion should have, like this should have been a quick effect. This should have been a quick effect, or it should have been on summon. Like, I get there, like, oh, if it's, you know, if it sticks around, you can steal another monster with it. That ain't happening. If you did that, at least the fusion, like, why is the fusion even a quick effect? Because none of these activate, like, on summon. Like, you're not fusion summoning on your opponent's turn. You could make Xeno, maybe. Battle is super important. It's kind of why Killer Toon is insufferable, because their negate is 5,500. The fusion is, but the fusion monsters just sit there acting stupid. Mankey Bell and Tartaros also suck ass. Yeah. I feel like Mankey Bell should do something like when it's sent to the graveyard. If you want to have it, like, it's not a quick effect. It can only, the only cards it can make. Yeah, it can only summon with hand or field. It has to use itself. It doesn't treat the opponent's cards as Hecahands, unlike Tartaros. Yeah, Mankey Bell, like, it's one of those things, right, where it's like, okay, either make this like a quick effect, or make it like an on-summon so that they can do something when you Tartaros, or if not, at least make Mankey Bell like a quick effect, and that way if they're going to destroy one of these, you can like make another Jowza, and at least use that to kind of like dodge out of removal onto a, like, you're only dodging onto a monster that does nothing except for have battle protection. Yeah, it's, let me see if I found it here. I'm gonna have to ask Josh permission for this. But I was like thinking like, how am I gonna do this intro? And I think there's no better way to do it than to just post someone else's thoughts. Where's the Discord thing? Discord capture. Why did it move around again? But yeah, Josh made a thing where he was talking about the best format ever, where he's talking about the best decks for Master Duel. And he makes a tier list. Let me turn off the music here. I want to show once he gets to where Hecahands is. Actually, I should just open this in YouTube, shouldn't I? 1 second. Okay.
Awesome. Okay, Hecahands is not even a functional deck, unfortunately. I think this deck was awesome. My video where I tried this deck in the Dice Rally event is that's one of my most fun Dice Rallies I've ever had. This deck is crazy fun. Unfortunately, they just didn't make it functional. Like, yeah, Heka got no hands, unfortunately. It's just really, this deck is like, it feels like it's made either to be splashed in other illusion decks, which we don't really have right now, or it's just made for lower power formats, like when you play an event with custom rules, or I don't know, Genesis format or something like that. But it's just not made to be a competitive Yu-Gi-Oh deck in Advanced Constructed, I don't think. A lot of people,
I like that. It's like, you know, he's got best, oh yeah, you can't see it because of the thing. He's got this rank: best decks, good decks, it's alright, rogue options, you're just playing for fun. And at the very bottom, after Zodiacs, Man, Labyrinth, Tearlament, Stun, Fiendsmith, Gem Knights, Blue Eyes, that's where you put Hecahands. He's like, it just wasn't designed for the modern game. It's like 4 years out of date. I think the episode will still be fun, but it's gonna be, whoop, wrong one. It's gonna be like a 3 hour, like, it's gonna be like a 2 hour episode. This one's gonna be short. Especially, we didn't do any skit or anything. We didn't have any kind of theme. I didn't know really what to do because the art is so strange and weird. But also, I wasn't sure how people would react to the 4 hour long RB ladder climb with the Arby's review, but most people seem to like them. Speaking of which, chat, I got a very interesting, what was it? No, it wasn't. I was like, did I get a comment? No, it was, well, first of all, this is probably funny. Let me see if I can find Reddit Master Duel. I made an appearance on the Master Duel subreddit. I think it's still, like, among the top posts somewhere. Let me see if I can find it. Things don't move that quick, do they? Ah, there we go. Yeah, this is the duality of man. I ain't reading all that. I refuse to read the Aeneacraft cards. Let's learn the Aeneacraft cards. Like a funny series of things. And it is neat to have like both of us on opposite sides of it. We just happen to have those thumbnails. And it's been interesting. Someone posted that. I was like, oh neat. And I just looked at the comments. And there are a lot of people like Hardleg's the GOAT. Hardleg doesn't get enough you know, what's it called? He doesn't have enough subs. His videos are so good, which I appreciate. Always nice to read stuff like that. But there are a couple people having an argument specifically where they're like, the problem with Hardleg is that he puts out 1 4-hour video a month instead of putting out like a 40-minute video every week. Like a 4-part. And at least with What a Deck, like I experimented with that. And I found that like basically how it worked, right? Was that, let's say I got like 10,000 views on a What a Deck. If I split it into 2 parts, I would get 10,000 views on the first part and like 1,000 on the second part. If I made a 3rd part, it would get even less views. People do not like, if you see a part 2 in your feed, or you click on a video and you don't know that it's a part of a series, and then they're like, hey, this is a follow-up from part 2, they click off. They don't watch. Part 2s do, like, terrible. The retention is ass, the click-through rate is ass, because the only people that would watch part 2 are the people who saw part 1. The returns are diminishing, yeah. And it's like, there's a lot of people who, you know, not every single person who watched part 1 is going to see part 2. And the other thing, too, is that I noticed, like, a kind of drop-off where people are like, you know, I can't get invested in clicking on a part 1 knowing it's just going to end on a cliffhanger. The algorithm likes long videos now, yeah. Granted, with something like Masochist, there is something to be said of like, if I could put out an episode every Monday at like whatever o'clock, and then people would come in, and every Monday there would be a ladder climb for them, then it's like, well, then it becomes part of their weekly schedule. But I'm not sure that like, would I be able to get people on board? I definitely watched the whole Mimighoul video. Maybe we should have to do this, Jankmas. What a Deck was weekly, no. What a Deck was weekly, and then it moved to every other week. Every 2 weeks. You can much more easily start on episode 1, yeah. That's the thing, is like, Ladder Climb, if I started it as like a weekly series, you couldn't really go back and like, watch it. Like, every episode's kind of its own thing. And also, even though every episode kind of competes, like, you could see it and it'd be like, yeah, we're just kind of in the middle of something. But I was curious, because that's what I thought. That's my perspective on it, why I don't think it would work. But perhaps I am wrong. Perhaps there are a lot of you sitting in stream who are like, I can't sit through like a 4-hour video, but I would watch it if you put out like weekly videos. So I wanted to have a little poll here right at the end. Which would you prefer? And we're going to do 1 long video a month, 1 medium video a week. Don't care. Either one is fine. Don't care. Fine with whatever. Fine regardless. Regardle. It didn't want to end well, it did not. The longer, the better. If I didn't watch it live, I'd watch it weekly. Yeah, it's, at least for me, you know, they always say, like, make the kind... It's weird because they're like... A lot of advice you get is, like, make the kind of videos you would like. And so it's, like, what I like is people like Grimbeard and Civvy and, I guess to a lesser extent, even like H Bomber Guy or, like Quentin Reviews, where it's just like, they just put out a video like once a month or once every 6 months or whenever they feel like it. I mean, some of those people, like, it feels like they've stopped making videos. But Civvy and Grimbeard, they're just like, every month they put out a video. Dungeon Chill, he's another one where it's just like every month there's another video. And the videos are usually 2-3 hours long sometimes. I mean, Civvy's are usually under an hour. He puts in a lot more, like, editing stuff. But that's the kind of content I like, so that's the kind of content I make. But, like, I don't really watch a whole lot of streams. I remember when I started streaming and people were like, oh, you gotta stream, Joe. And I'm like, I don't know how to stream. I don't know what a stream is like. Would you be happy if you could get hand-trapped while playing Master Duel for the rest of your life? Like, I will. I will get hand-trapped while playing Master Duel for the rest of my life, probably. Never thought of Ladder Climb as a weekly series. I like a series of shorter videos when it's part of an official playlist. Yeah, there's like 4 people who would like prefer the medium length videos. Obviously, of course, I'm asking people who are already fans and who just like sat here in like a 5-hour stream or whatever. I've seen content creators make a second channel where they post weekly videos. Yeah. I mean, that's the other thing. It's like I experimented with that a little bit, and I could never get much traction with those kind of videos. Those channels always remain strong. That's why The Legend of Lefty is going up on the main channel. Even though maybe it should be on its own side, but I feel like the chances that people will look at it are almost nothing if I put it on a side channel. I have way more chance if it's like a part of the main channel. Lefty mentioned. I can already hear Murray. He mentioned that earlier. Add feet pics to your video. Lefty mentioned. Yeah, here you go. Foot. This is the hard leg. Shit, he knows me. But yeah, we're gonna get going. I do one more thing briefly, because the schedule this week is gonna be a little weird, and it's gonna be a little weird even if you already read the Patreon update, because some things changed. My original Patreon update, which I make every Monday, was like, I don't know exactly what we're going to do on Thursday because the ladder climb's over, but the next ladder climb won't be decided yet. Oftentimes we do some kind of event, but there's no event going on. Like we didn't make the World Championship qualifiers. Bunny would like a honk from Critter. Critter? Thank you, Critter. So I was gonna be like, yeah, we'll figure out something to do on Thursday, and then Friday will be Masochist. And then I got a call from my brother today, where he's like, hey, Dad's birthday is like next week, but I'm gonna be out of town. I was thinking of taking him out to Red Lobster on Friday. do you want to come along and we can like celebrate his birthday together? And I was like, I usually stream on Friday, but I got nothing scheduled for Thursday, so I could just move Masochist to Thursday and take Friday off. So I think that's what I'm going to do. When is Blasphemous? Blasphemous will probably start next week. I'm probably not going to finish House of Da Vinci because it hasn't been as fun as the previous ones. I don't know, I might finish it like on my own, but it doesn't feel like it's really captivating stream. Most people aren't like getting invested in the puzzles. You should spend time with yeah. I've got a chance, I'll spend some time with my family. So we probably won't finish House of Da Vinci 2. Instead, we'll just go to Blasphemous, which someone, a Patreon requested. I forget who. I'll have to look that up, but again, that'll be next week. How was Esoteric Ebb? I didn't like it as much as Disco Elysium because I couldn't get invested in, like, the D&D world. It just felt a little too... Like, it didn't strike me as someone like, oh, I have something to say and I'm putting it through a D&D lens. It was more like they had just been thinking about the world building of D&D and wanted to, like, yap about it. Maybe it gets better as it goes along, but I couldn't get super invested. And even with Disco Elysium, I really liked that game, but it felt... And I say this with as much appreciation as possible. It felt more like a novel than a book, it felt more like a novel than a game. And I really liked that, and I would really enjoy it, but I can't enjoy it like on stream. It's something where I feel like I really have to like sit there and kind of like think about it and just read stuff at my own pace and just like enjoy it. I don't think I can, like, I've tried 2 or 3 times to stream it and make content out of it, and it's just a little too cerebral to keep people's attention. At least with my style of streaming. Critter's always been an ox? Yeah, he's got little horns. Pigs don't have horns. Signalis in October. Ah, I see. Yeah, so that's the thing, is Thursday we're going to be doing Master Duel Masochist. Friday, probably no stream unless I come home after Red Lobster and decide to start doing Blasphemous. And then Sunday is the Patreon hangout. So there will be a stream on Sunday, but it'll be on YouTube. I stream Patreon hangout stuff on YouTube because I try to get the YouTube audience to know, like, hey, I have a Patreon and we do a hangout once a month. Also, if you didn't see the poll, this month's Patreon hangout is going to be another Commander night. So we're putting aside all the other party games and we're just playing Commander. We're going to be doing like a bracket 3 thing. I'm going to be putting up all the like rules of like, here's what kind of deck you need to bring. Something powerful enough that we aren't there all night, but not something too powerful. And we're going to put a limit on like, very specifically, just like combo decks. Like if your deck is like a Storm deck or a Cascade deck, if your deck is like, if you are going to be taking more than like 5 actions on your turn, find a simpler deck. We don't have time for all that. We're going to be playing all night with a bunch of different people, and I want everyone to be able to tag in. How are the other friends of Critter? The Opabinia plushie? The Opabinia plushie, I don't even know where that's at. It's like on top of the hat rack. And the Elestrals one, I think I gave to a friend. The only friend of Critter that's still here is Grungle Punch, the spoiler gnome. Which I use as like, if I ever wanted to talk about a movie or spoilers, this is my way of like, I'm going to hold the spoiler gnome, mute the stream until I set the gnome down. Then you'll know the spoilers are over. Yeah, this is the Rock City gnome. We built this city on rocks. You're one chapter away from finishing House of Da Vinci. Fuck. Maybe I will finish it on Friday. Yeah, what was it? We had to do that when we were talking about the amazing digital circus. The all-powerful gnome. I'm a gnome. So yeah, that's what we got for this week. I'm also still working on Phil and the Jank Season 2. Why did that name escape me? Someone asked, have I played Deltarune? I have not. I'm not a fan of, like, episodic gaming, because I'm always worried about starting something and then they never finish it. What if they die before they finish it? So Masochist this Thursday, yes. I was like, I will wait until Deltarune is done, but from what I understand, the last part is coming out, like, later this month or next month. Oh, it's coming out tomorrow. Is it the next chapter or the final chapter? Someone might off Toby. I will say I found a really funny, what was it? I'm still gonna call it a tweet, even though it was on Blue Sky. It's Toby Fox. The guy who made Undertale, he's like, last time I was at the store with my parents, we were looking at novelty socks, and my mom picked these up and quietly said, Undertale? I'm glad, you know, I have 5 of 7. Okay, so we still have time. You know, it's one of those things where it's like, can't get my mom or dad to read my book. Mom, like, kind of tried and just completely lost interest. They have no idea. It's good to know that you could make, like, one of the top 10 best-selling games of all time and your mom still would not recognize a single character out of it. I think you would probably enjoy it. Probably. I liked Undertale for the most part. Although it didn't captivate me the way it captivated a lot of people. Anyway, it's time to get going. Let's go raid someone.